thought they was gonna bully me. So I'm gonna pay attention to which vehicles they get into. I wish I could zoom it in. Anyway, they just, one of them ran by my car, making sure, well, ran up to my car, facing directly at my door, and was stomping his feet real hard. And as he walked past, they were barking at me. Cute. Here's the thing. I don't go fucking with them kids. They need to not fuck with me. They're not gonna knock their shit off, though. Fuck it, I got enough for tobacco. I'm gonna go get some. See how much, fuck it. 3 long-haired rednecks, I guess. Best way to explain it. Make sure I take my iPad here. Fuck. Well, the tobacco store is closed apparently. I'm hoping whatever bullshit Christian pulled with them youngins doesn't result in more bullshit, but since they just came by my vehicle in a very not so nice way, they didn't threaten to kill me or anything like that. We got the recordings of Christian threatening to kill people, for certain. We also got me recorded asking him to stop and telling him it triggers me. That doesn't get him to stop. Of course, when people want me to stop, what they want me to stop doing is telling the truth. They want me to stop recording the truth. You are what you are. If you want to be accepted for what you are, admit what you are. Admit who you are. And see if people accept you. It's pretty easy to see in this world what it is that people accept if you pay attention. It's also easy to see what people expect if you pay attention. Obviously, I don't feel comfortable with Christian getting all messed up and screaming that he's going to hurt people in any way, shape, or form. But he did it anyway. We've had a couple of other recordings, 3 or 4 of them. Let's see, him breaking the bottles, him checking stuff across the parking lot, him pissing on my fucking car, him scraping his tutor, him smoking meth under a blanket, and him threatening to kill people on, 4 or 5 occasions. And that's just not cool. Oh, nice. Literally all them youngins drove off. There's like 3 vehicles there, that's it. Anyway, cops here are pretty useless. There's something that the Tillamook PD was in part of, and of course, just like anyone else, they just want to send you back and forth between one place and the other. Now, one of the things that they sent today and posted up about shows that they're outright liars, and I'm going to post that on my YouTube channel. Oh my God, is that Coors? Is that Coors? The dog, it looks like somebody else's dog. A lot of German Shepherds around here. Anyway, I'm hoping they all didn't just drive off because they found Christian and decided to beat him wholesale. If he's a bunch of dumb enough redneck kids to do it, that's for sure. Some of them are nice dumb rednecks. Some of them are not dumb rednecks at all, but y'all know that sweet girl who's kind of a tomboy, who's not really a racist redneck asshole, but she loves one of them anyway. She's never going to go anywhere with her life. She's just going to stay there in that fucking town and whine and pine. Maybe she'll have his kids, maybe she won't. But he's always going to be that same dumb fucking redneck. He's going to do that same dumb redneck shit. He's still going to do all that drinking like a dumb redneck. One day he might finally find the Jesus and knock shit off for a few years, but he'll hit the bottle again and you know it. Good luck. Dumb rednecks suck. There's some intelligent rednecks. Isn't that an oxymoron? You know, them smart rednecks. The ones that aren't really racist, they just play stupid to fit in. Yeah, not playing racist, just playing stupid. It's like, oh, I didn't know that was offensive, I'm sorry. Except I'm sorry, I'm making apologies. That's one thing about the youth of the day that we tried to guarantee. A lot of y'all talk shit about their work ethic, but y'all don't even know. Some of you do. Some of you have to work way too hard for absolutely nothing. When you're talking about them kids being disrespectful, you tell me what reason they got to be respectful. Inflation in your day meant that instead of one person going to work being able to take care of an entire family, well, in the 1980s, it became a whole bunch of free stuff for women for education, especially if they were a single mother. Very little incentive to actually go to work. But a lot of women did go to work, and a lot of housewives went to work. A lot of parents would try to get the regular 9 to 5. That way they could take their kids to school, then go to work, come back right after their kids are done with sports or any extracurricular activities they may have. Or, of course, you've got childcare for about an hour and a half to 2 hours after school, possibly. But both parents In the 1980s, it got to the point where both parents did have to work to keep a roof over their head or get some sort of subsidies at starting wages. I was never allowed to take any of my predators to court because not one of my fucking friends cared. They wanted me to literally ignore everything, including people threatening to kill my friends and family, including their claims that people threatened to kill their friends and family, including the assaults against my person and the assaults against others. And then you tell me I need to think about myself first, but if I do that, you call me selfish. I worry about myself and my friends and family, and I do love myself because I am a fucking badass. Yeah, I'm pretty fucking timid. When I need to be, I can fucking roar like a goddamn lion. Don't fucking touch kids. That's a pretty simple rule, isn't it? Don't touch kids. Ted Bollinger fucked up. Robert Warnick fucked up. A lot of other people fucked up too. Rand Ingersoll fucked up. You don't touch kids. Joshua Rayburn fucked up. You don't touch kids. You know, beating on your own kids is fucked up enough. You don't have to go beating on other people's kids. And I'm not one of those people who's going to pretend that Hitler wasn't Hitler just because he's dead. Oh, it's horrible to talk shit on the dead. You know what? Telling the truth is the truth, whether they're dead or not. Get the fuck over it. I'm not going to stick with social niceties just to fucking satiate your belief in respecting the dead. Fuck you. These people did what they did and they said what they said. I did what I did and I said what I said. I fess up to my shit. How many of you do? The ones who fucked themselves the most were the ones that made empty promises, didn't keep them, and then claimed I was the liar and I was slandering their name. But then they won't address any of what they claim is slander. I'm not sure if you guys noticed, but I'm a mean son of a bitch. When Jamie got hit in the head in the Dalles, Oregon, I tried to get everyone to listen. The church, the preacher. Shit's not okay and she's at high risk. She gets beaten on at the church. She has a mental breakdown about it. And the church people kick her off the property. And then people follow her and they rape her. Maybe beat on her some more. And then there's some guy who wants to fucking push her and then fucking chase her down over 100 feet. Punch her in the back of the fucking head while she's fucking trying to get away from him. And you guys can see that on the video Jamie Again. JamieAgain. It starts off with me turning on the recording because I heard him screaming at her, and then her screaming at him. As soon as she started screaming at him, I was already starting the recording. So it went on for probably a good 30 seconds or more before I started the video. I titled it as quick as I could, and I pulled out my camera, and it didn't take long. I was looking at the rear view mirror that's on the other side of this, and I saw him push her. So I got out of my car and I started pointing the camera right at Jamie, making sure that she wasn't being physically harmed. I was going to do my best to mind my business. That's what you guys tell me to do, right? Mind my business. Well, you get to see, usually I speak up before it gets violent. Usually, I make my presence known before it gets violent. And I use my voice, and it stops it before it ever gets started. I show you. I show you by example. How did I diffuse that situation in the Jamie Again video? Well, you guys wanted me to mind my business. Well, until somebody's life is at risk, I'm fine with that. The moment people start threatening my little sister and her daughter, start threatening Carl Rogers and her son, start threatening Candace Bondurant and her daughters, and Aaron Cockerham, and many, many others, that I'm not okay with. Now, those kids, they didn't get violent with me. They were just trying to be intimidating with their actions. Stomp real loud so that I look up because I'm startled. If I'd looked up startled, they'd taken that as a sign of weakness. And I'm not stupid. I was young once too. I grew up in the system. Robert Peckwood typed, "Hi Sean, I can tell you're handicapped and homeless and I would like to help you." Well, I could sure use some help. That's pretty obvious. But also, as you can see, there's a lot of stuff that I'm backed up with. I'm autistic and I'm stuck in an overwhelming environment. Too loud for some... Oh, beautiful. There's three birds chasing each other out here. They just flew on top of a grocery outlet. I record the actual goings-on out here. I record a lot of addicts, and they are angry at me when they find out that they're on my channel. I tell them to look it up. I tell them I record everything. Because that's what the lawyers told me to do. They also said that there's nothing they could do without a friend or family member. If a friend or family member isn't there to speak up for you, they can just call you mentally ill, and it's their word versus yours. You're a male, you're broke, you're homeless. They're going to call you mentally ill, there's nothing we can do. People can say whatever they want, but the thing is, people intentionally misled the public because they didn't want to take responsibility. Not sure if you noticed, but I too take responsibility for everything that I do. The only reason that people know of the things I actually did is because I said I did them. I also said why. Them youngins ain't the major problem. The major problem is the police. The problem for me is that I'm kind of stuck between business owners and the kids who are fucking shit up. Business owners and the homeless who are fucking shit up. I'm between the kids that fuck shit up and the cops who fuck shit up. I'm between the homeless folks who fuck shit up and the cops who fuck shit up. The cops will let them kids get away with bloody murder, which a lot of the business owners are sick of. Them fucking redneck kids especially. This is KKK territory and I'm a Jew. Over at McDonald's, the only person who didn't like me at the McDonald's over there was Nick. Like I said, I record for my safety and the safety of those around me. I was hoping Dallas would keep his word, but I'm also used to him not. I'm used to most people not keeping their word. Not even when all I need them to do is listen, and people tell me what great listeners they are, and then they just never stop talking from there. Because see, when you're autistic, it doesn't matter that you got an IQ of 172. It doesn't matter that you grew up in the system, living real life experiences, not living under a rock. Why is it so many people have this idea of autistic people that we're all born to upper middle class or rich families? Oh yeah, Hollywood. I think we grew up under a fucking rock with manservants and maidservants. Oh hell no, I grew up getting my ass beat by minorities because I was the wrong goddamn color. And I don't take that racism with me. That racism is not a part of my life. I knew where their anger came from, and that's the thing that you guys don't get about us. People with Asperger's especially. We understand exactly how you feel. You don't understand us. You've got assumptions and you've got laziness, and we know your motivations for doing the things that you do. We also know that cowardly behavior out of 99.99% of society is fucking pathetic. And it's the reason that we're victimized. You don't see us as human. Right now, I'm trying to talk as clearly and concisely as I can, but even now, I can't communicate everything that's been going on. Now, there's a video that I made just a couple of videos back with Christian, and right as soon as I decided to end the video, and in that video, mind you, Christian is fucked up on something. I do give him a cigarette. He does continue running his mouth. That's one of the things about being autistic, is that I have to make sure that I don't try to blurt out 5 or 6 sentences at once. Like I said, an IQ of 172. I took the IQ test twice, and they told me they were going to average them out. And I remember the second one, I didn't get hardly any sleep. I just gotten a roommate named Noah, and I was almost 7, and I had an 8th grade spelling level and a college reading level. But the second time when I hadn't gotten much sleep, I only got a 132 IQ. I was like, that's not cool. And I thought for sure that the doctor was telling the truth when he said they were going to average the two. Well, they didn't average the two. They just wrote down 132. I was like, that's not cool. Anyway, there's a lot of people here who don't understand Tourette syndrome or autism. They don't like my nasal snort. They don't like the way that I do this with my wrists. That hurts now after being assaulted by the police in Boulder. Robert Peckwood typed, you mean an IQ of 72. We've got ourselves a troll here. We'll take a screenshot of this feller. I should have recognized that you're a Peckerwood, aren't you? Dick Peckerwood. I should have recognized it as a fucked up play on words. I took a screenshot of it though, so even if you remove it, of course you might have a fancy excuse that I might choose to try to believe. 172. Robert Peckwood. You got something fancy to say? I'm waiting. Although, if you type again, whatever you type next will probably... Yep. Message is held for review. Goddamn, I'm a smart son of a bitch. He typed, it's 72, you imbecile. We know what to do with that, though. Hide user on this channel. That was super easy. And I can do that on the internet. In real life, when them kids are running up like that trying to be intimidating, I'm gonna pay fucking attention. When they want to start barking at me like a dog as they're walking past, I'm gonna pay attention. Ain't no reason for them to be dickheads like that. Whatever issue that they got with Christian, that's between them and Christian. If the only thing they have with Christian is Christian coming up to them and threatening to kill them, I don't know if something happened before that or not with them kids. What I do know is that it's not okay for Christian to be telling them youngins he's gonna kill them, or anyone else for that matter. I had so many people wanting to tell me it's not illegal to threaten to kill people. Well, Natalie's friends and family fucked with me over and over and over again, doing everything they could to try to play everything out as they're some poor innocent victims. No, they all got a hold of me, each one of them individually getting a hold of me on my Facebook or in my Facebook Messenger. For people like Cara Mia, aka Cara Rogers. She's the one that got me in contact with Danica Garner, one of Natalie's ex-stepmothers and one of Ted Bollinger's victims and ex-wives. And she got me in contact with, hold on a second. What is that dumb cunt's name? Rochelle Shelley Campbell, another one of Natalie Bollinger's ex-stepmothers and Ted Bollinger's victims and ex-wives. Both of them got a hold of me, though, not the other way around. There's also Rose M. Kelly, who wanted to get onto my Facebook, call me a stalker, and a bunch of other mean shit. She has no remorse for what she has done. She has shown no remorse for what she's done. But she's also shown that she knows what kind of a man Ted is, and she told me that. She doesn't agree with the things that I had to say about Rochelle Shelley Campbell and Danica Garner up to that point. But at that point, I still believe that Danica Garner and Rochelle Shelley Campbell were trying to do the right thing. They were trying to be friends with me, and they were trying to meet up with me, and that things just weren't happening. They weren't lining up right, and it wasn't their fault. Turns out that they and the woman who was their friend, who was pretending to be an autism advocate, who is, by the way, considered a mental health professional, It's against the law. It is feloniously against the law to pretend to be that. Especially with an at-risk or disabled adult. It's a felony. You know what a felony is, right? I have spoken up to this very day about the abuse that I have endured at the hands of the Bollinger family and their druggy friends. I've been speaking out about it since 2016. About how druggies will treat you if you tell on them for harming you. When you're a fucking drug-addicted whore, your victims deserve justice. And the fact that you're a whore, you believe that we should feel sorry for you when you victimize people. Because you're a druggie and a female, you believe that we should feel sorry for you because you're a fucking druggie and a manipulator. You're a fucking junkie is what you are. Natalie Bollinger was a fucking junkie. Her sister Alicia, a fucking junkie. You want me to say addict, don't you? You want me to say that Christian is an addict. Christian here in Tillamook, who is just threatening to kill people. You want me to call him an addict and not a junkie, don't you? You want me to call Natalie Bollinger an addict and not a junkie, don't you? You want me to call Tim Beeson, the child molester, an addict and not a junkie, don't you? You want me to call Ted Bollinger an addict and not a junkie, don't you? You want me to call Alicia Bollinger and Maddie Boa addicts and not junkies, don't you? And how dare I call Natalie Bollinger a junkie instead of an addict after her death? How disrespectful of Sean David Schwartz to tell the goddamn truth. Isn't that right? You guys want to tell me how afraid you have to be of these people. I am forced into interactions with these people because of my disabilities and because of harm that is brought against me by people just like them. That's why I record. They're angry that I record. You know what? Recording it is what saved me from going to fucking prison for crimes I didn't commit. With a lot of people just like the people in this town. A lot of people just like Dallas, who saw that shit with Molly. His mom last night, she's recorded too, because she knows Molly. And yeah, Molly is an alcoholic. She's also a mean person. She also knows how to play head games. Somehow magically she's sane when she's got to go into the church. Kind of like Farnsworth magically believes in the Lord when he goes into the church. The churches don't care. You want us to forgive these people. Forgiving somebody is easy. But when they repeat those behaviors over and over again, it's not so easy. When everybody looks the other way, it's not so easy. When I'm victimized to the point where I literally have to do the things that my predators are saying, or I literally have to say I'll do the things that my predators are actually doing, then magically I'm a criminal. How is it a criminal for me to threaten to do it back when I've got actual video evidence of these people doing this shit to me? Sorry, I'm having connection issues. I really did try hard to believe Dallas again. I also was prepared for if he didn't show up, if he didn't answer, because he generally doesn't. Chris is supposed to be here at 8. What time is it? Like 5 o'clock? 6 o'clock maybe? Oh, something went wrong. Tap to try again, it says. Now, based on the name Robert Peckwood, I can pretty well rest assured that this is a redneck and a racist, and it is quite possible that he lives in the immediate vicinity. You know, a lot of the people who wanted to look the other way, I gave them a small taste. I give them a small taste of the shit that I have to go through at the hands of these people. Not the ones I have to deal with in real life, because none of the people I know could handle that. None of you could handle it. Given these conditions, you'd all be fucked. Most of you would have killed yourself by now, a dozen times over. But also keep in mind that I'm not against assisted termination. I believe that it should be legal, and I'm willing to be the first test subject as soon as it becomes legal. When they have a device for me to go sit down in the machine, press the button, and have it all be over with, and it's legal, oh yeah, I go in the machine first. For an autistic person, going out into public is something that we do in limited quantities because we get overwhelmed. For me to be stuck in public for 6 years is fucking hell. It was a lot easier for me when I had a support network. But all it took was one lie to destroy that. Natalie Bollinger was my friend, and she was the most wonderful person I ever knew in person. When people were doing evil shit to me, she treated me like the bad guy. When things were fucked up in Virginia over things that were not my fault or my choice, she pretended like I was the bad guy. Fuck it, fine, you win. I'll pretend I was the bad guy and everything was my fault. You win. That wasn't good enough, was it? Of course it wasn't. When Natalie Bollinger was killed, I thought she was in Virginia. When I got the call from her, or the messages from her, saying that she was in Colorado and wanted to meet up with me, that was right before she died. I went to meet up with her. It wasn't her. Chelsea Worsing was going to go with me, but she couldn't because she had to work. There's a lot of people that are friends with my predators. That's because drug users generally tend to hang around other drug users. We got to hear from one lady here in town, Robert Farnsworth's sister. She knows whose tent it was burnt down by the railroad tracks. She knows who did the burning down. And she knows why. That's Robert Farnsworth's sister. I gave her $20, and the first thing she did is run off and likely spend it on drugs. At least she told me she was an addict, and it is recorded. She didn't hide that. Most of the addicts here don't. On this channel, I get to be an autocratic dictator. I get to decide who's allowed to speak and who isn't. The thing is, the Bollinger family have a lot to atone for. So do the police. I'm stuck out here, smack in the middle of fucking redneck territory, looking too Jewish. Smack in the middle of BLM territory, looking too white. Did you hear that? Them youngins back there screaming white power. Well, the kids are now throwing stuff across the parking lot. Slogans. And now that they're screaming those racist slogans, I'm going to make sure that I keep the camera squarely pointed on them. It's definitely not okay. The three that are standing in the front there, the three that were walking by my car trying to stomp and bark and be intimidating. They're the ones the cops were talking to earlier, and probably the ones that Christian was yelling at. I'll see if the people at the Tillamook Sporting Goods store are there. Either that or O'Reilly's. The people in O'Reilly's, I know the older feller that was there last year, he's probably still there. He gets tired of these youngins going in and stealing stuff from him. So he tries to keep an extra eye on them. See, barking again. The worst part is their dumbass redneck parents will probably encourage this kind of behavior. Or play like their kids are victims. Those little turds, between them and the meth heads, I am absolutely going nuts. They're out there trashing your parking lot and screaming white power and all sorts of creepy shit. Christian was, no, I just have a beard. Christian was screaming he was going to kill people earlier. They were trying to do the whole run and stomp as loud as they could to try to startle me at my vehicle and barking at me. And yeah, well, now they're throwing stuff down. I wasn't sure if it was what it was they threw down. It's just a couple of eyes.
Every night they're out there doing that dumb shit.
Yeah, I got a bunch of recordings of them doing that dumb shit. Even driving into some of the poles out here.
Yeah, I've seen that. When I do cookies and hit the poles.
Oh, you guys watch my YouTube channel?
No, I just seen them do it. I was at Main
Sometimes-
Street one night and they were whipping cookies and two of the trucks clapped their beds together.
They were cruising around my car probably about 3 weeks ago and screaming racist stuff out. Not this group, a different group of vehicles. The yellow car was with them, but the person in the yellow car wasn't doing it. I just see them with a different group of youngins. Or maybe it's just a different group of cars. There were like 8 times they drove around my vehicle before driving off.
I want good ones.
Weirdos.
Yeah. Oh, they're pretty fast. You know, using my car as a slalom or whatever they were doing with it. They were able to drive around my vehicle 8 times before I was able to get my camera started.
I don't know why the cops have to look at you, but
Well, the cops came and talked to him earlier, right after Christian was out there screaming he was going to kill people. Told him they owe him a car and stuff like that. I don't know what it's about, but on the bright side, it didn't get violent.
that's good.
Now I have to remember what I came in here for.
Mm-hmm.
I think mostly to let y'all know them kids are out there being turds again.
Yeah.
If they weren't screaming racist slogans, I probably wouldn't have come in here. I do know it's kind of redneck territory and all that, but
Still not okay though.
I agree. Thank you for agreeing with that.
Not okay. They should be minding their own P's and Q's, being respectful.
I used to never record anything and just be diplomatic, but then I had a few friends of mine that got killed, and I realized, even if it doesn't seem that major, it can get real major real quick. And if you got a recording device, sometimes speaking up is all it takes to prevent the violence.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you got a recording device, they think twice about it. Sometimes they slap it out of your hand and shoot you in the head.
Yeah. Could be either or. It's a dangerous game. I just stay away from one.
Yeah, can I hide in here? I'll put myself in timeout in the corner. It's a big toy box. Just let me play with something.
I don't know. My son probably does, so I think it is.
All right. Very cool.
God, their mom's on it.
Oh my God, if their parents saw my YouTube channel, they'd shoot me and their kids.
Just post it on public standard Facebook.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is, but I tried to turn in a lot of stuff, including the cops and how crooked they are. These cops are, well, they're par for the course everywhere else in the nation. I know I travel a lot. When you're homeless, people pretty much want to run you off. If you're not a local, you don't have any local support. The services you're sent to don't want to do their jobs because you're not a local.
Yep.
And then, of course, the cops don't like you because they assume that you're a heroin addict or a meth addict or you're smoking them blues.
Like it's there's a lot of crackheads around here, so you just kind of flush them all together in a group, and it's unfair to some people.
It is. But it's like that everywhere in America now. I got Tourette syndrome, so I wink at people like this when I'm like really nervous. So I've had people beat me up for being gay, beat me up for hitting on their girlfriends. I also do this with my wrist. So even though I'm really smart, sometimes people see me do that when I'm nervous and they're like, oh my God, he's a retard. I can't believe they gave a license to a retard. Sorry.
Yeah, people, I don't know, people gotta be where they are.
They're just shittier and shittier every day.
Yeah.
They get worse and worse.
I know, but I'm not trying to be like that. If I had a shower, I would.
Right?
That was a bad joke. I'm saving up for a thing for my speedometer. I got a ticket for speeding apparently, and also for no proof of insurance, which I have the proof of insurance, just no way to fix the speedometer. Tanner looked up the part, it's like $132, so
Oh wow.
yeah, that'll be coming around probably the 1st or so. Maybe the 2nd, sometimes they give me my money late.
A cheaper alternative to that would be if you have like an iPhone or something, you can get an app on there that tracks like the speedometer and tell you how fast you're going.
Yeah, but I can't look at it while it's on my dash because it falls off. I tried Velcroing it, but I live in my car, so it ends up getting bumped and knocked and falls off my dash and hits my blinker or hits my windshield wipers actually.
Oh gotcha.
It'll do that if I tell it I want to go somewhere. It'll automatically tell me how fast I'm going. But it might be off by like a second or two, which doesn't work in town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he looks just like me.
$34.99.
34? What time do you have to go?
40 minutes.
Okay. Alright, I'll probably do that. Maybe.
Alright. Make sure you measure your diameter of your tube too.
Yeah.
I don't have any tires containing nitrogen, but I like green.
Green sense. 149.
Plus it's super cheap. I did wander through and look for the cheapest thing I could find, but I also had to make sure I got something I need.
Right. You want a receipt for that?
No, I'm good. I'm not bringing them back.
Alrighty. Have a good day.
You too, will do. There they are making their noises, so I'll make sure I point it at them and give them the attention they want. was not necessary for him to be like that, just like it was not necessary for Christian to be like that. Same as it's not acceptable for the cops to be the way that they are. I suppose I should probably hold it this way, it's a little bit easier. I don't come here looking for trouble, but people look for places to fuck around where they think they can get away with it, and some places they do. Here, the cops don't seem to care much about how much the kids fuck around. And with a lot of the addicts, they don't tend to care either. They're not gonna care. And then, of course, when they open the floodgates and say, all right, this COVID shit is completely over and you can go back to normal business, they're not going to go after those people. They're going to come after people like me again. I'm a dick. Anyway, I gotta pretty much keep recording because them youngins aren't likely to knock their crap off while they're in the parking lot. I do my best to avoid places where people are assholes, but assholes are everywhere. And for somebody like me to not have a place where I can defragment from this, closest I got is my car, and I have to be afraid in my car because it's not parked anywhere where I'm allowed to park it. It's not legal to park it here. If somebody wants to complain that I parked here, I'll get in trouble, like I'm some sort of a bad person. Now, for the most part, I understand youngins being youngins, but them screaming white power and stuff like that, not cool. And it makes perfect sense why Christian was not happy with them. Oh, cool. Not useful at the moment. Anyway, my intention isn't to go ruining lives. My intention is to prevent people from dying unnecessarily anywhere in my vicinity. I don't want people getting shot. I don't want them getting. I want them going home to their families. And those who don't have families, that sucks. I'm not going to say I'm sorry that happened to you, because that doesn't really serve much purpose. Not having a family is one of the few things I'm not able to help with. There's a lot of things that can be helped by people standing up together, speaking up together, working together. Now, some of them dumb, redneck kids, well, some of them probably come from poor families, but they got some pretty nice rides. A lot nicer ride than I ever had at their age. They probably look, well, around early 20s, late teens at the earliest. Well, there's some cops right there, driving by, not giving two shits. They're a bunch of goddamn fuckheads. Bunch of little cheese dick pieces of shit. You like that? Is that insulting enough? Of course it isn't. I need to be saying far worse about those son of bitches. Cops everywhere are pieces of shit when you're homeless. When you guys say, oh, it's not my fault, it's not my fault, it's not my fault. Those of you who know me, in person and knew me before Natalie was killed, yes, it absolutely is your fucking fault. You could have been real friends. You chose not to be. You chose to be lying pieces of shit. And then you blame your victim for it. Oh, how dare you talk about yourself in the third person, Sean? That means you're crazy, right? Yeah, it must be. I'm going to make sure that I keep this recording for a bit, because them kids are fucked up. They drove away for a bit, and then they all came back. Oh, my phone is going to die. Sorry about that. See, those little shipwrecks want to do that shit as a group. On the bright side, they're not yelling and screaming they're gonna kill me as a group or anything fucking super creepy. And Christian, he's not gonna stop to recognize that I'm getting that negative attention because he wanted to be a dick. Then again, like I said, I don't know what happened before he got here. I don't know if those kids wrecked his vehicle or something, and that's why he's pissed off. I do know I'm wasting gas, and I'm not driving because I'm afraid of getting another ticket. I won't even be able to pay this one. I guess I'll call Dallas and see if he's home yet, or if he's answering yet, or if his phone disappeared, or broke, or exploded, or what.
Hello.
I hate your answering machine.
Hello. Alright, but
Hey Dallas, it's Sean Schwartz. I guess you've been busy today or had a rough night. I don't know which. I hope you're not in jail, and I hope you're not dead. Get a hold of me as soon as you can. If that probably won't entice you at all. Be safe. I don't think most people realize how tolerant I really am. Well, Natalie and her friends, like Tim Beeson and Maddie Boa, made my life hell for over a year before Natalie was killed. Bunch of drug addicts and youngins, just like here. I don't want to be caught in this shit. This is what you're caught in when you're fucking homeless and have nowhere to live. This is the way it is everywhere. You try to find a place where you can be left the fuck alone. It's expensive to travel there and back. A lot of people want to point out that I got a vehicle. Yeah, I know I got a fucking vehicle, crackhead. Now get the fuck away from it. That's what I feel like saying to Michael every time, or not Michael, but Christian, every time I see him. But I'm as nice as I can possibly be. I do give a shit about him as a human being. I also give a shit about them youngins as human beings. Most of them wanted to act horribly today, and the police act horribly every day. Unless you're one of the people who can spend $3,200 per month to rent a real house. The rest of us, it's pretty much government subsidized bullshit. They got 3 different trailer parks here. That's nice. We got crazy people taking care of crazy people. Y'all are fucking insane. I'm a pretty big dick. As an autistic homeless male adult, I'm not even allowed to defend myself. Best I'm allowed to do is record it. I'm doing the best I can within my abilities and disabilities. I realize I'm easy to target. I realize that being nice can get me targeted. I also know how much worse things can get if I'm not nice, which is why I try not to be that way. If I'm being not nice to you, you're exceptionally doing something exceptionally stupid. What are the chances that the cops went and fucked with Christian? Oh, they're pretty good. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they did. Now, them youngins are pretty much the safety priority for any town. Even if they're obnoxious little fuckheads like those ones. And Christian will probably get in some trouble for threatening to kill him. Is it a lifted mud hopper? Yeah, but just barely. It's like a little Toyota pickup that's lifted. That's basically like a short pickup that's average off the ground. If you lift a tiny Toyota pickup, it gets to be about as tall as a Ford F-150. A stock Ford F-150. Where the hell is my ladder? There it is. How fast is it charging? Up to 10%. Oh, there's them youngins honking. Woohoo. At least most of them pulled out. There's only one of them left in the parking lot, it looks like. Well, I guess two of them. The harassment could have been a lot worse. Dealing with trolls on the internet, well, hell, they're easy to hide, use their own channel. The ones in real life, there's no such button. At least with Dallas, I called it. It's pretty easy to tell human nature and patterns. Like I said, my brain notices patterns. That includes patterns in human behavior. A lot of folks don't understand what it's like having to do this stuff disabled. How inhumane it is to force somebody through this when they're disabled. How horrible it is to take away someone's financial means to defend themselves by tying them up in courts and jails, literally forcing a person to break the law to get someone to do something, because y'all just want to be words. This shit is I'm stuck here. When people want to say ignorant shit, well, why don't you move elsewhere? I've moved over and over and over again. It doesn't make a fucking difference. I don't have a support network anywhere I go. I have bullshitters. I can ask bullshitters and drug addicts for help. Or alcoholics. Or people who are going to assume that because I'm homeless, I'm a drug addict or a fucking alcoholic. Anyway, it's 8:44. Hopefully, Chris will show up here soon. I suppose I could probably... Oh, there's an undercover vehicle. Those are nice. Little Dodge with a big-ass grill on the front. Nice Charger, asshole. He pulled over to the O'Reilly's. I suppose I could try to show it, but... fuck it. That's not gonna work. There's too much shit back there. And this camera's too low resolution. I tell true stories. I also record it so that I can show the truth of it. My words don't always come together right. That's why it's important to reference the evidence. The cops here are pretty fucked up individuals. Same as everywhere else in the United States when you're poor. Especially if you're homeless. The whole country hates you when you're homeless. Except for sometimes people give you sandwiches. Sandwiches. Temporary band-aids. People claim that they'll try, but the fact is, even if I pay them, there's no guarantee. When I have to rely on a bunch of drug addicts, how well is that going to work out for me? When I have to rely on police officers and hospitals that look at homeless people as if we're all fucking junkies. Y'all are out of your fucking minds. Telling me to do it myself. A lot of people say they don't judge. They absolutely do. They show their assumptions and their judgments when they change the subject, or speak over you, or sell their own false narrative. Whenever people start doing that, I want to ask them, were you there? Then shut up. But a lot of those people, they're so into their fucking conspiracy theories and fucking cockamamie bullshit, they're not going to shut up. I'm not okay with Christian threatening to kill those kids, but I'm also not okay with those kids being fucking little racist asswipes. It's absolutely not fucking necessary. Now, making it obvious that I was recording, that got them to sort of tone down their bullshit a little bit. But you get to see, when I tell people to go away and tell them to leave me alone, how they think that's time to antagonize me. Well, shit, I bet you if I do that, you'll flip your fucking wig immediately. People tend to do that. Sorry about the connection issues. Well, looks like the undercover vehicle left already. Shit, that hurts my neck to turn that much. I suppose since most of those youngins are gone, I could probably turn off my channel and try to take a rest, but I don't know how long it'll take Christian to get here. Or Chris, sorry. They're not the same person, just so you know. Let's see. Anyone message me? Nope. It's almost 9 o'clock. I guess I'll send Dallas Palmer a message. I don't want to fucking bug him a bunch, but he said he was gonna. Fuck, dude. He was gonna help me today, but he didn't show up. I'm asking him if he's gonna show up today. I typed, "Are you going to show up?" I waited all day as patient as I could. Daniel Brown typed, "Hi, how are you today? Good, New Zealand." Why are you spamming my channel, Daniel Brown? Type that New Zealand stuff every time. We know you're from New Zealand. Oh, one of them other youngins pulled up. Looks like they got a parking lot again. And I see no Chris yet. I'm gonna call him and see if he's close.
I'm sorry, the person you are trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up yet. Please try your call again later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hopefully it doesn't turn into a long night of me getting fucked with. Sometimes it does. This channel was created for getting real help for the victims, myself included. The problem is I can't take care of myself because my voice was never heard. The media didn't want to hear my voice. At first they did, but my so-called friends wanted to call me up all fucked up and waste my time talking about themselves like selfish alcoholic assholes. People like Teresa Orn. I tried to get help stopping abuse. Instead of helping me stop the abuse, people just wanted to talk over me, tell me how to think and how to feel, and play it off like it's no big major thing. And then Natalie got killed, and look what they did then. They hid like rats. Or they wanted to promise me that they were going to help and swear up and down that they cared about me, and then show that they don't. It's fucked up when they show you that, isn't it? That their I care is really, I'm willing to pretend to give a shit, sort of. As long as it doesn't eat into my drinking time or my smoking time. God forbid it ever break into your adventure time, right? People are dumb. And they're mean. And there's certain people that they especially like being mean to. They're people that nobody's going to listen to. The wallflowers, the nerds, the dorks, the ugly people, or the fat people, or the ones who have acne, or used to. Now they got pock marks in their face. They're making fun of the ones with the Tourette syndrome who move differently. Everybody who has one of them disabilities wants it to work to their advantage. When people are abusing them, they want to be able to say, hey, it's against the law for you to do that. But then even those people, they want to victimize people and bully people too. There's got to be someone lower on the social ladder than a disabled person. How about a homeless person who's disabled? That'll work. Especially if they're mentally disabled. Then nobody will believe them. Of course, they're homeless anyway. People just assume they're junkies. And of course, I gotta worry about all the homeless people here because they are junkies. And I gotta worry about all the people in houses because most of them are junkies too. It's not one thing, it's another, right? The world changes when we make it change. But it has to be a we thing. A lot of people say, Sean, you can't change the world by yourself. You're absolutely right. I could change one tree, though. I could plant a tree or protect a child, even if it means going to jail or prison. You goddamn right your children are worth it. I don't have any of my own. I do protect children from predators, even if those predators are their friends, or are my friends. Even if I barely know those children, and I've known that friend for over 20 years. I've shown time and again that I'm the hero that I needed as a kid, because I stand up for the quote-unquote mentally ill. I stand up for child labor laws. I stand up for stopping this human trafficking, but I stand most at this point for stopping the United States government and their cronies from doing this to the most at-risk people in our country. You pretend all homeless people are mentally ill drug dealers, drug addicts, rapists, and thieves. And you use that as an excuse to steal from us. Some of you believe it's legally. Well, it certainly isn't morally. You want us to be harmed for existing in fucking public, you stupid pieces of shit. And we're victimized by a bunch of little fucking twat-waffle assholes. Or some fucking junkie. You're gonna look the other way or tell us we're supposed to feel sorry for them because they're junkies. Or because, oh, they're kids, they don't know any better. No, those are fucking grown-ass adults over there. I call them kids because they're young and they fucking act like children. But that doesn't make it okay. You guys say that about me, don't you? But I'm not acting like a child. I'm someone who's been abused long-term and neglected long-term. The people who are supposed to help me wanted to bully me. How am I supposed to like that and enjoy that? Is that something that you want me to enjoy? You want me to be into S&M and getting smacked around? I should like it when people punch me or try to break my wrist or go straight for pressure points. I should say thank you when officers decide to take advantage of me, physically assault me or sexually assault me. That's okay, isn't it, in your book? I'm just a hobo, I don't matter. The most victimized people in the country are at-risk, disabled adults, who are males in specific. male adults who are disabled and homeless. A homeless man has a 1 in 960 chance of being killed by a police officer this year, according to last year's statistics. The number of homeless people the police are killing is increasing by year. In 2019, 49% of those killed by police were homeless. Last year, 60% of those killed by law enforcement were homeless. 60%. That's an 11% increase. Black people went from 22% to 24%, showing only a 2% increase. This is out of a population of 60 million, whereas the homeless population is about 600,000. And I'm sorry, my words aren't coming together right. I'm overwhelmed. And all of you take advantage of that. Every one of you fucking bullies knows how to do that, and that's how the police expose themselves as bullies. They take advantage of at-risk adults who are trying to turn in crimes that were committed against them. They try to talk over us and treat us like we're junkies, and go tell other people that we're junkies or we're schizophrenic or shit like that. I get the people don't want to be recorded. That some of them, the things that they said are completely shameful, and they don't want people to know that they say things like that or think like that. And if I speak up about it, they'll pretend I'm threatening to kill them, won't they? If I speak up about Leslie Snell, she'll pretend I'm threatening to kill her and her kids, won't she? If I speak up about these people, if I tell the truth, then they immediately play victim and start running for the, oh, he's mentally ill, he needs mental help. This country is fucked. The poor don't stick up for the poor, and that's why the poor are fucked. You want to tell people to mind their own business, well, then you run out of neighbors. You look at everyone with suspicion. I love this oobleck stuff. I don't know what happened with Dallas Palmer, but I hope he starts caring at some point. Doesn't look like he's gonna message me back. I noticed that this oobleck stuff kind of changes its properties just a little bit the longer you let it soak in. Probably should have used hot water. Be nice to have another container to drop it into. Them youngins and their big trucks. Nebraskans tend to do the same thing. They want to have the biggest truck. Having a car is not manly. Then you get tired of the gas bill. This stuff is pretty cool, though. Ooh, black. It's pretty cool. It's a non-Newtonian fluid. A lot of people expect me to just be happy when they don't keep their word. It's not going to make me happy. It puts me at risk. I've had to deal with that most of my life. People, when I go to them about a major issue, they just blow me off. I'm hoping Chris will be able to help on Friday, but there's no guarantee of that. He said he was going to be late tonight. If it gets pretty close to 10, I might go put the rug in the door so he's not locked out. Oh, it is much firmer. I always let somebody know about it. Sometimes there's nobody to be able to reach out to, because nobody gives a shit. But I still try to make sure I reach out to somebody, in case somebody cares. I'm not good any day. I need help. I tell people what help I need, but they can't stop talking over me. If they do eventually stop talking over me to listen, as soon as I let them know that it's their turn to speak, or that I'm done talking for a bit, they usually go right back to the same suggestions of things that I literally just told them I've already done, that it doesn't work doing them alone. People treat me like I'm speaking Martian or something. I'm not that different from you guys. I'm just more honest than you. When I say I'll get back to you as soon as possible, it is as soon as possible. bread. This is not my idea of a good time. This is my life. Hurry up and wait. Beg people to care. Maybe they'll make time. Maybe somebody will help me to put a stop to this before it happens again, but not likely. Nobody tries to understand what hell this is to have to fucking live through. People ignore me until I beg them to kill me, and then they treat me like I'm a monster. Oh well, now that you want your life to end because we've ignored you and treated you like shit, you're a monster. How does that feel? See, it's exactly that kind of treatment that bullies people to death. You neglect them until they want their life to end. Someone calling themselves Paige typed, "Hey. Hey, Paige. You here to troll me or bully me or just came here from Natalie Bollinger's site?" I need help, but instead of getting help, people talk over me or assume the worst in me. They pretend that autism is mental retardation. I'm tired of getting bullied by cops. I'm tired of getting bullied by kids. I'm tired of getting bullied by addicts. And I'm tired of being expected to be nice to them all the time for no fucking reason, no matter how much they screw me over. I can't take care of myself. It's horrible for me to have to go to people in places that are predatory towards me. I tell true stories. Earlier today, I was recording Christian because he was fucking threatening them kids over there. Threatening to kill people, and I'm not okay with that. That's recorded on my channel. There's also them kids being assholes, and that's recorded too. Looks like there's a message held for review. Paige wanted to type, "No one likes you, Sean." So what do we do with these people? Blam. Message retracted, huh? Yeah, I kind of figured, Paige. I get tired of these bullies getting on here and doing this shit. I get tired of bullies doing this shit in real life. Ooh. That's a nice piece of information. Oh, come on now. Scroll down. Database. Idaho Department of Health and Welfare. Interesting. Notification on my phone. This is the kind of shit that pushes people to suicide. You guys are fun. You think it's funny. You get a fucking kick out of it because you're fucking sick in the head. On the bright side, I speak up and I show how it really is out here. And the people who hate it, they hate that I show the truth. They can kiss my ass. They're the reason that the truth needs to be told. Drug addicts want sympathy. And they want your support. But their sympathy for you is fake. And so is their support. On the bright side, I can expect an addict to do what's in an addict's nature. Y'all are sick, twisted pieces of shit. I don't know if Chris is gonna make it here tonight. It's 9:21. Them little shitheads screaming stuff like white power. The racist assholes over at McDonald's and at Fred Meyer's. It's pretty easy to tell who runs this shit. When Christian is frustrated, well, I'm not gonna say none of it's founded because this is KKK territory. And he's very much not white. And before you go talking shit about black people on drugs because Christian, keep in mind there's a lot of white people on drugs too. In this town. On the streets and in houses. This is a really long video. An hour and 57 minutes now already. Almost. It's that thing about being trapped, is that no matter how much I explain this stuff to people, they literally remember nothing about me. Forcing me to go in by myself to try to turn in my predators just got me abused. No friend would make you do that. Only a shitty person would give you advice rather than find out what you're going through. If you want to give advice, find out what they're going through first. Otherwise, you're just talking out your ass. If you don't want to get called a junkie, don't act like a junkie. When you choose to victimize innocent people, that is your choice to do that. Your choice to ignore all of the gaslighting and the fucking lies and the threats and the bullshit. That's your choice. You know, I was trying to stay just in these fucking parking lots so that I wouldn't get in trouble. Because having a fucked up speedometer, but it don't matter when the places I'm sent to are all over fucking town and it eats up all of my fucking money that I need to fix my fucking vehicle. I can only afford to fix one thing on my vehicle at a time, and now I can't afford to fix anything. I'm fucking tired of this. What happens when I try to tell somebody about the issues that I'm having? They want to talk over me and tell me how to think and feel every fucking time. Or tell me they're too busy. And treat me like I'm a fucking burden. The only reason I'm a burden is because you didn't do anything to begin with. Like you should have. Like a decent person would have. I don't need to have proof of insurance on me to drive around the parking lot here. That's people aren't getting this. If they would fucking get off their asses and fucking help, then I would be able to do a lot of things for my fucking self. But instead they want to be fucking retards. By treating me like I'm a fucking retard. It's fucking bullshit and I'm sick of it. Normally I would just pull up here like this, but it hurts to fucking walk and I want to get a pop. I know I shouldn't be buying a soda pop. I shouldn't be trying to get comfort foods and make myself feel better about my shitty goddamn situation. But at least if I'm a customer, I won't get in trouble for parking here too. When you want to tell an at-risk and disabled adult to fucking ignore their predators, you're a fucking piece of shit. 100% of the time. Ooh. See if any of my external batteries have any charge on them. Barely. I think I turned off the little thing there that yeah, I did. There it is. Let's see how much charge I got on my battery now. I'm up to 28%. I'm just using up fucking money and time. None of these people care. None of them give a shit. They don't care how much time they waste. They don't care that it is my life. I don't fucking matter. Uh, 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 uh. Chris might not show up at all tonight. Dallas didn't show up at all today. Alright, I heard too much to walk this way. I'm gonna head back the direction of my car. This is what it's really like trying to get help. People pretend you're not disabled and then they abuse you more for being disabled. I got tired of being taken advantage of a long time ago. But getting tired of it doesn't mean that people ever stop. If they don't see you as a human, they don't see you as a human. One of the biggest roadblocks that we have as autistic people is the misinformation and miseducation of organizations like Autism Speaks. They only focus on low-functioning autistic people and demonizing them. The problem is that organizations like Autism Speaks and their misinformation results in many of us being harmed or killed. Forced into homelessness. Forced into repeated and rampant victimization, and our parents don't give a shit. If we're intelligent, we're completely fucked. Because we don't get the rights of a disabled person, and we don't get the rights of an intelligent person, despite the fact that we're both. Instead of taking advantage of the fact that I'm overwhelmed, these people need to shut up and fucking turn in the abuse. That abuse is why I am fucking overwhelmed to the point that I can't fucking function. And that includes having to fucking post shit on the goddamn internet. So I'm gonna try to get hold of Chris and see if he's gonna be here soon, because they're only open here for 20 more minutes and then the door locks. I asked him if he's coming tonight. That's Chris, of course. People don't keep their word. People don't understand how uncomfortable it makes me feel and how dehumanizing it is for somebody to not take it seriously. To be too busy flirting with people and hitting on others and talking about what a big belly badass they are. I guess I'll go repark my vehicle. It fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. My family didn't even try to fucking understand. Not a goddamn one of them. My little sister pretended to care when there was money involved. Let's see what Chris typed. He typed, "On my way, friend." I'm not allowed to be overwhelmed. None of these mandated reporters are willing to do their jobs as mandated reporters. Instead, they'd rather take your Medicare and Medicaid money. TFCC, TCCHC. Across the street, try to get a coffee. Yep, looks like that whole congregation of kids is still down there. I should probably stop calling them kids. I've been been close enough to them to see that some of them got some facial hair. Oh. 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 Huh. Fucking punks. Kind of like Jaden. See, that's the thing. I didn't go running around looking for trouble. I didn't go running around looking for fights. But I don't look the other way to fucking fucked up shit like this. That is literally all of the rest of you who do that. Well, we're not intelligent enough to be human beings. Now we got fucking two of those idiots trying to drag race on the 101 here. Fucking Christ. Yeah, and they pretend like I'm some sort of a horrible fucking monster. I just want to be left the fuck alone, but there's no such thing as being left alone in America as a fucking homeless person stuck in fucking public. You're not allowed to fucking go anywhere. Y'all want to tell us to go off to the national forest. You know what? That takes a lot of fucking work. It takes a lot of fucking energy and a lot of effort. And it takes away from any chance that you have of getting any actual fucking help getting unhomeless. Because you cannot do it alone. None of the motherfuckers who claimed to me that they did it alone, not one of them did it alone. They all had to depend on the kindness of someone else. Or somebody else's drug addictions. The first time I went to Miss Peaches for help, where I was actually at her house, specifically with the intent and purpose of getting help stopping the abuse by Natalie Bollinger, Maddie Boa, and their friends. They needed food, so I panhandled food. That was Christmas of 2016. Over a year before Natalie got her fucking brains blown out. Did Miss Peaches ever take the time to listen? Well, about 11 months after Natalie died, she did. Finally. People think it's okay to yell at me and scream at me and curse at me and threaten me, and it's all magically fucking okay. I'm fucking sick of it. I suppose since the door closes at 10, I should probably go hold the door for him. Oh shit, it's got a hole in it. When you buy pouch tobacco, sometimes it's got a big old stick. Stabs itself right through the side of your fucking tobacco. Fentanyl's cheap. It's easy to kill somebody with it. I gotta worry about anything anybody hands me who's had an issue with me before. Because I have to worry about shit like what happened in Hood River. on my tombstone. Sean Schwartz choked to death on a fucking cigarette. But I'm putting that out. Holy shit, there's about 20 of them now. Mostly the same vehicles. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of them. There's probably more cars hiding on the other side of them pickups too. In Colorado, that would be, let me see if I get the right charge. Exhibition of acceleration. Molly threatened to kill me and broke bottles off of my fucking vehicle. The cops didn't do shit. And like Dallas was saying last night, he knew which officer it was. Tim Sadler. Well, there's a cop driving through, having fun. What useless fucking douches. The people who pay their wages. It's not the United States government that pays their wages, it's the working class. People like me before I injured my back. People like Dallas. People like Chris. Anyway, this video is 2 hours and 29 minutes long. It's 9:56 and that place closes in 4 minutes. They might be closed already. I'm gonna go check. They probably are. If so, life happens. Like I said, the bullies that I have to deal with aren't just on the internet. They're also in real life. That's why I record. Hopefully Chris is on his way. Oh, sheriff's here. That's interesting. Who the hell is my kid? Looks like the sheriff didn't stop, he just kept going. They're probably just cruising around in a circle. Pretending like he's keeping his presence known. I think someone was saying the other night that the door closed a few minutes early. I don't want Chris to get locked out of work. Well, Chris said he was on his way, but I think the door was about to lock. Oh yeah, his boss came back on Sunday. I forgot that part. Hey, they close at 10.
Oh. You know what rule number 1 is?
Don't sleep in laundromat.
You know what rule number 2 is?
Don't shit in laundromat.
No tank tops unless you got big kids.
Yeah. No.
How's it going? I'm gonna go dig through my van and find it later.
I have one right here. It was a very, very, very rough day today.
Yeah. Mine too. Stop blowing on it, fucker.
It's the wind. Let me guess, you always light your bitch's cigarette?
No.
I can't handle this. Christian was screaming that he was gonna threaten people, or screaming that he was gonna kill people. So I started recording, and he just kept his shit up. He wanted a cigarette, so I gave him a cigarette. I was hoping that would calm him down. He just wanted to talk about hurting people and killing people and screaming at them youngins all the way across the parking lot. He was gonna kill them, and fucking then they started in on me. Like, fuck, man, I don't want nothing to do with any of this shit. I don't have anywhere to go, and I don't have a fucking family, so I'm stuck being victimized everywhere I go. I gotta be nice to these people, even if they do fucked up shit. Every time I see Christian, I just want to yell at him, hey, get the fuck away from me, junkie. But I don't. I'm nice to him. I don't want people getting their shit broken just because he's fucked up and I didn't want to deal with it.
I think that car needs to be towed out of here.
It looked like it was involved in some sort of, well, who knows? It looked like it might have had a bullet hole through the back of one of the headrests in the back.
Really?
Yeah. I'll show you. I only walked by for, just glance a minute. That's kind of what it looks like to me.
Probably just
Well, there's no back windshield in it at all. And it's kind of weird that somebody would abandon it like this with broken windows.
Right. Come down here a couple times.
Right there in the middle of the back seat. Or is that just like from a dog chewing on it? Very center.
That's just
Yeah. Well, the thing is that I'm going to have a meltdown over this shit, and I'll get locked up for having a meltdown. I can't have that. I need someone to step in before that happens, and it's going to happen. I can't just be out here with all this crap happening, and I don't want to record shit, but I have to. People are dishonest, and when they lie to me and mislead a situation, that does affect my decision making. It's a lot easier to make positive decisions when you have the right information. Right here, I gotta worry about taking food from anybody because they might have something in it.
What? You would put stuff in the
Well, see, isn't that fucked up? Lots of people have. Yeah. That's one of the things that I was trying to turn in Hood River. When I say mandated reporters wouldn't do their jobs, they still won't. When I say I recorded it all, I still do. People get pissed off because I record. Well, I record because neurotypicals are liars. People don't keep their word, and they don't take the gravity of the situation under command. They don't pay attention to the situation because I'm disabled, so I must be retarded. Because I'm a male, so I must be able to do it myself. And therefore, my disabilities don't exist. The problem is anybody can do whatever they want. Call me mentally ill, and they automatically win, even if they're a junkie. Taking advantage of me and stealing my shit so they get more junk. Or more booze. I do what I'm supposed to. I'm supposed to go to a friend or family member first. And we're supposed to turn it in together right away. But when they don't, it turns into a... Oh, I picked the bigger stuff up off the floor. When they don't help turn it in right away, it turns into a lot of victimization, and it turns into a person who's being victimized into moving over and over again.
It's a pretty cool rock.
It is, looks kind of like a cherry. Or a strawberry.
Somebody already brought up the water. Right? When somebody has something hanging right here, pushes that seal and they call it a. Oh my God, there's water going everywhere. Yeah, it's your fault. Sorry, bro.
What?
This guy down here cleaning the windows.
What, does he make a mess in there?
No, he cleans the windows. Then he slides the receipt under there. And then I have to pay him $45.
$40 for cleaning the
And I
window?
never see him. No phone number. Yeah, he cleans most all of those except for the smoke shop. And the tire. But he cleans all the other ones.
I think the Thai restaurant, the people that work there live there.
They do. Slave labor. The owner has a big ass house, goes back and forth to Thailand all the time.
And they live in the restaurant.
The workers live in the restaurant.
Well, them little kids was being asswipes after Christian was threatening to kill them. But they weren't being asswipes to him, they were being asswipes to me. Like I'm kind of stuck in the middle of everyone's BS just because I exist in this parking lot. Is it alright if I plug in a couple of my batteries while you're cleaning?
Yeah, it's $7 for 20 minutes.
Alright, I can do that. I'll give you your money back.
I'm totally teasing you, dude.
I know. I was pretty sure there were men there and him verifying that's too. You never know what you'll find out when you talk to the locals. According to Chris, it's slave labor. Dallas didn't keep his word. He doesn't take it seriously. Nobody does. It's too loud. Nobody wants to get that or understand that. I live in some pretty fucking abhorrent conditions. Well, that didn't work. There he goes. Not easy to smoke a cigarette when you're not able to light it properly. Last time I put it out, it was burnt at an angle, and I only lit the top half. The giveaway for me was one of those guys coming out in his boxers at like 2 o'clock in the morning to have a cigarette.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It wasn't that there, right?
Well, there's that too. You can see them moving in there later on at night sometimes, coming in the front area and looking out the window, but the only reason I notice them is because the light kind of reflects off of moving things. And I'm not sure if you noticed, but pretty much the whole area here is lit up. So when somebody walks up there, you see them. I think for the most part, they try to stay out back unless there's noises, though.
I was gonna go a ladder and I was freaking making.
Well, do you think they'd let you? Do you think they'd let you?
Well, keep it nice, clean. There's a good weed eater and weed eat kind of stuff. Like, earn my keep, you know?
Yeah, most of the time people don't care if you're earning your keep. They don't want you there because you're a hobo.
What's that? Like, yeah, like the stereotypical hobo.
I'm not the stereotypical hobo. I get treated like hell.
Or, like, I mean, like, junky ass bum. They leave garbage everywhere.
Kids leave garbage everywhere. Even the most junky ass bums I know pick up garbage in public, but their fucking camps look like hell. You notice my vehicle looks like hell? That's because I'm disabled, not because I'm a junkie.
Well, I mean, but like, you go back there, I went back to the island one day, and there are literally piles of garbage this fucking high. And there is almost nowhere you could step back there that there isn't a deal.
Yeah, and doesn't that suck for people like me? I get treated like I'm one of those people. I get associated with those people just because I exist. It sucks. That's the thing, is that I need somebody to actually care enough to take a look at the evidence and actually speak up about the risks that I'm going through. And somebody to actually understand autism instead of telling me that they understand and showing they don't. Because if I'm going through something, the abuse that I'm going through, there's a reason it's happening. And people want to keep on interrupting to ask questions that, you know, they need to allow me time to tell them what's going on. But then it becomes a discussion, and that's the problem with when somebody's being abused, especially if it's a male, is people want to turn it into a discussion or an argument.
Well, the thing about it is that people ask questions because they don't understand.
I know why they ask questions, and it's not because they don't understand, it's because they're bored. See, here's the thing. People know that if somebody who is attractive is telling a story, and they want that person who they're attracted to like them more, they want to listen to that person more. They listen more intently. They interrupt less. Now, sometimes you get somebody who's going through a complicated situation, and the problem is when you've got somebody who's autistic, who has been through this 1,000 times and already knows what questions you're going to ask, they need you to not ask those questions because they're going to answer them. It's a complicated situation, and everything they're telling you is for a reason. Like when people tell you about having sensory overload, they're not telling you that just so that you know they have sensory overload. There's a situation that they're having to deal with where sensory overload is a very big major issue, and it's not being addressed, it's being ignored. When I'm talking about long-term abuse and being sent from one place to another, I'm not talking about just in this town. I'm talking about every town that I've been to. And it's from one town to another, to another, to another. One state to another, to another, to another. And everybody everywhere is a bunch of fucking junkies.
I'm not a junkie.
Please don't make it about you.
What do you say?
Please don't make it about you. You know what I'm saying. I come out here and I got to deal with being treated like a junkie because, like you're saying, there's a bunch of trash mongering junkies, but I'm not one of them. And yes, I do mean everybody's on something. Everybody's addicted to something. If it's not drugs or alcohol, it's pussy or dick. The thing is, I'm not saying this stuff to make it a fucking argument because you want to say I'm not like that, because I don't know that. People don't really get to know me. They're nice to me. That doesn't mean that they care about me. A lot of times it's their own personal demons that ends up with people wanting to help me. But that doesn't mean they can get past those personal demons. A lot of times people think that giving me quote unquote help that I don't need entitles them to tell me about all of their problems and use me as a therapist. And the thing is, that doesn't help me. It overwhelms me because I need actual help. I'm not telling my stories because I need a therapist to listen to me. I'm telling my stories because I need somebody to help me to turn it in because I'm not allowed. The laws that they're breaking, they know that they're breaking the law, but they also know without a friend or family member, who fucking cares? And everybody's just going to blow me off and I have to deal with this over and over again. When I got to deal with shit like this today with Christian, it takes me at least 24 hours to recover from that before I can even function. Plus, there's the fact that Dallas never shows up when he says he's going to help. He doesn't stop to consider that that is literally what pushes people to commit suicide. Nobody does. They blow me off and they make jokes. This is a serious situation. People threaten my friends and family. People threaten me and harm me and assault me. Assault my vehicle and break my property and steal my property, and nobody gives a shit. They say there's nothing I can do about it. And that's always a lie. I don't need people to send me off on a fucking wild goose chase of 400 million other people that they know from some story, or they had this retarded friend who once did this one thing with this one guy in this one place. All I end up doing is chasing wild geese. That's all it is. I'm running around everywhere I go. I run around in circles by myself, getting absolutely nothing because I'm by myself. And I explain to everyone, hey, I used to do this for a living. I used to run around with people and help them to get services. Because when you go out alone, you're going to be fucking ignored. You're going to be blown off. And when you're an at-risk adult, you get blown off so much, everybody knows they can do it. And they show that they can do it. They show that they're aware of what they're doing. And then they all play stupid and try to twist our words into something that it ain't. When I talk about victimization that I'm going through, people want to tell me stories about a bunch of fucking junkies. I'm not a junkie. But then, of course, the junkies wanted to admit to me that they were junkies. And I'm a horrible person because they admit those things to me. And I record myself. Why? Because they're on drugs.
Yeah, but is that right?
That's right. And it's my right to record for my safety. It's my right to try to get help.
But you're not actually like maybe you're recording for your decision, but it's your decision to post it online or not.
No, it's an important safety measure to post it online. I never wanted to post it online. Most of the stuff that I have is not recorded online. The majority of the stuff I have isn't. But I make sure that I record because people don't want to stop and find out what's going on. They're not going to take my word for it. They're going to make an argument out of it. When I say, hey, you know, I'm getting treated like I'm a junkie, and they start telling me about junkies off in the middle of nowhere, I'm not that junkie. Then when I say, you know, everybody treats me like that, everybody's on fucking drugs or on fucking booze or on something. Well, I'm not a junkie. All right, fine. You win. You're not a junkie. Let's not make an argument out of it and try to argue all the little P's and Q's. Because the only reason I'm generalizing is because I'm trying to say as much as possible, as quickly as possible, before I get interrupted again with something that's stupid and trivial and a fucking argument starter. It shows a severe amount of disrespect for the victim and what they're having to see, and the experience that they have and are still having. The fact that I have to go through that stuff with people out in the parking lot, any parking lot that I go to, I have to deal with people's bias and their hatred and their stupidity, and I can't turn them in alone. I'm not allowed. If my friends and family disappear, nobody fucking cares. The cops aren't going to do their jobs. They're not going to take it seriously. And nearly everybody out here is taking complete and total advantage of me. I'm told it's my fault because I gave him the money. You know what? I had to trust somebody. I can't trust a person in a house or with a job to give a shit enough to fucking help, or to go in with me, or to set aside the time, even if I pay them.
Can I tell you something?
You can tell me lots of things. You just probably shouldn't.
So, like, I'm not saying that something's your fault because you gave money, but, like, I come to work and I work all week and I rack up however many hours in that week, and then the following week I get paid for it. It's bad practice to pay somebody before they do something.
That's the thing. You're not telling me anything that I didn't already know. See, what you're doing is you're fucking lecturing somebody who's desperate. I did it because I was desperate. God damn it. You weren't helping. Dallas wasn't helping. The Scudders weren't helping.
You fucking liar, dude.
I know you do, and that's the problem. I don't have a life, and I can't do these things for myself. I can't go to work. I know how working works. I know how getting paid works.
You do have a life.
No, I don't. I live in my car, and I beg people to care. I have to beg people to stop and understand what being autistic actually means, what having overload actually means, what being stuck in this environment actually means.
They have a friend or family member that has autism, you just go off on us that freaking we don't understand.
The point is that I am not your family member. Every time people interrupt me to tell me that, I know they're trying to tell me because they want to make a connection, but I'm trying to explain about autism and how it affects me and how people treat me because of it, and how literally the only thing that I can do to get hurt is to yell at people who yell at me or talk over me or stop and interrupt me to make it about them all the time. That doesn't help the victim. If your son came to you today and said that his teacher raped him, would you listen to him?
Yeah, I listen to you just the same.
Would you help him to turn it in?
Yeah.
And how long do you think it would take you to do that?
About 10 seconds.
That's right, and that's the point.
Somebody out here is raping you?
The point is, I don't have a friend or family to help turn. Please stop changing. What I'm trying to explain to you, what I'm trying to explain to you is that I am vulnerable like that, and I am abused like that frequently. And it isn't always sexually. It isn't always physically. Sometimes it's financially. There are a lot of different types of abuse, and I endure all of them. The point about rape is that if I say rape, you'll actually give a shit. If I'm beaten up, I get to, oh, well, you shouldn't have done this, and you shouldn't have done that, or you should have done this, or you should have done that. And all of your suggestions ignore the fact that I'm not able to do these things for myself. I have no money. I'm not capable of earning money. I am barely able to function. I have to mask all the time and pretend everything is magically okay. When I have to listen to Christian doing that, that literally makes me want to blow my head off. I can't just stay out there in public like that all the time with no friends or family members who actually care. I make the time for people who say they'll help me and they'll listen. But they don't actually make that time. I get there and I have to wait until they're done entertaining themselves or entertaining others or doing drugs or getting drunk or playing video games. No matter where I go, I can't take care of myself, and instead of people trying to understand that, they make it about them. And then I have to stop and explain to them again. Autism is absolutely not something that makes somebody retarded. It's the fact that everybody talks over us and talks at us like our problems are no big issue.
You talk over me more than anybody I've ever met.
See, that's the point, is that you're not listening to what I'm having to say. You're trying to make everything into an argument.
No, you're assuming.
No, that's exactly what you're doing. I don't get to tell any details, and I'm trying to speak really quick because I know there's going to be some retort or some argument that's going to come out instead of you listening to my experience and why it's important. Obviously, it's not important. Only your experience
I've heard
is.
the fucking experience.
No, you haven't. You have interrupted me and made an argument out of it every time.
No, I haven't.
Or made suggestions over the top of what I've been trying to explain to you. Suggestions that show that you're not listening. That you're not listening to understand.
I could show you some recordings that I have too.
I'm sure you
Where
could.
you're doing exactly what you accuse everybody else of doing.
I'm sure you could. Because I absolutely do. Because I'm trying to get help stopping abuse. And literally everyone does this to me. Literally everyone. I don't matter. I'm not worth listening to. I get that everyone's busy.
Nobody said that.
Yes, you say you're busy.
Yep.
You say you're busy often. A lot of people are. That's why I have to go to the addicts for help. Because they're not as busy as all of you are. But they talk over me the same way all of you do.
They're just.
And then I'm worked up. No, see, that's the point, is that I am worked up because literally everything I say, you're going to turn into an argument because you're an asshole.
And you're not?
I am an asshole.
Okay, we're both assholes. We're assholes together. That's pretty cool.
The thing is, I'm only an asshole because I have to be to get heard. It's not taken seriously. You're literally not going to take it seriously. I literally am going to have to blow my head off in the parking lot for you to take it seriously.
Go fucking do it.
Exactly the point.
Stop being
Exactly
a bitch
the
and telling
point.
me that. Go fucking do it.
That's exactly the point, is that you don't care.
Nobody said I don't care. The only person that knows my.
No, you are showing that you don't care.
No.
You're showing that what I have to say doesn't matter. My experiences don't matter. Everything that I say is some excuse to be argumentative.
No. You're the one that's argumentative.
See, that's the thing, is that you're not being reasonable right now. Thank you for letting me charge up my stuff for a little bit. This is why assisted suicide needs to be legal. I'm not worth listening to. No matter what I said tonight, he was making it into an argument. And that's the problem, is that every time you do that, I get more and more frustrated because you're not hearing me. You're talking about yourself. That doesn't help the fucking victim. That isn't finding out what's going on. You know why people don't know anything? Because they're too busy doing exactly that. I never get any further than that. I tell him what he's doing is harmful, and he does it over and over and over again. If you're going to help somebody, if you actually care about them, and they're being harmed, then you listen to what they're fucking saying. If they have communication issues and they need you to stop and listen, you need to actually stop and actually listen and put yourself in their fucking shoes instead of trying to find one word that they said wrong because you're an asshole and a fucking junkie. Don't tell me you're not a junkie if you're one. If you're just going to talk over the victim like they're retarded and like they don't matter. For me, there's a lot of safety risks with living here. There's a lot of safety risks with moving because I don't have the money to do so. I never have the money to do so. People don't understand that I can't do these things for myself. There's supposed to be somebody to help me. And unless somebody gets off their ass to help me get it started, I'm fucking stuck taking this hell. But everybody just wants to fucking argue like a goddamn crackhead. I make the time and take the time for when somebody says that they'll fucking listen. I pay that money. But no, what does Chris want to do? He wants to tell me about everything that I did wrong. Not that it fucking matters. He wasn't fucking there. It's just his fucking asshole assumptions. No matter what, it doesn't matter what the actual experience was. His fucking opinion is what matters. It doesn't want to matter what my disabilities are. His opinions are what matters. It doesn't matter what the evidence is. It's his opinions that matter. It doesn't matter the abuse that I take. It's his opinions that matter. That's why I record. It's people's right to victimize me, apparently. It's their right to take advantage of me. See, here's the thing. All these people know I'm in a desperate situation and I can't take care of myself. That's pretty fucking obvious to anybody. If you were a friend, you wouldn't force somebody into a situation where they have to fucking rely on addicts, on people who are going to take advantage of them. You know why it's better to pay an addict $10 and hope they show up than it is to trust somebody in a house who promises they'll help? Because sometimes that drug addict will actually show up. Now the girl Ashley, Robert Farnsworth's sister at the library, I was gone less than 5 minutes. Now you tell me it's my fault that that shit happened. That's fucking sexist as all hell. It's not that I'm not trying to get help. It's that assholes like to treat me like I should be ashamed because I need help and because I do ask for it. Disabled homeless men are the least likely to get services out here. We're also the most likely to be victimized. We're the most likely to be assaulted. We're the most likely to be arrested. We're the most likely to be stolen from. I do understand that people have lives. That's why I try to set up a time and actually make it on time. If I can't make it on time, I try to let them know. If I realize that I'm a few minutes late, I try to let them know as soon as I realize I'm late. I've had appointments where I was supposed to see somebody at 11 o'clock, and at 11:06, I pulled in. The thing is, I shouldn't have to pay anybody to do this. My friends and family should have fucking spoke up all the way in 2016. Instead of letting these people do whatever they want to me everywhere that I go. Yeah, I'm street smart. I'm also fucking desperate. And that's what these people don't get. Yeah, the fucking homeless tweakers will steal my shit. But so will rich people in houses, and so will the cops. So will a business owner. They don't want to listen to what it's like for you. You for trying to get help. When your friends do the same thing that the bullies do, they're not your fucking friends. When they do things to intentionally push you to suicide, knowing that that's what it does, they're not your friends. We did get to hear about human trafficking and human slavery. According to him, the people at the Thai restaurant are slaves. Anyone want to call that in? He won't. Best just to mind your business when it comes to human trafficking. It's best just to mind your business when it comes to child molesters and rapists. It's best just to mind your business when people take advantage of at-risk and disabled adults. Isn't that right? You tell me to mind my business, but this shit happens in the area that I live in. It happens everywhere I live. And I get treated like because these people are on drugs, or still act like they're on drugs when they claim they're recovered. They're still just as selfish as ever. I don't mind helping people, as you can tell. When it comes to helping me, people definitely don't help how I need. And the sad part is the help that I need would have eaten up a lot less time and a lot less of their money. No matter how much money you want to throw at it, when you're a witness, you're a witness. If you're a friend, be a friend. Every time I come here, I'm hoping Chris will listen this time. He says he's listening, but he's too busy interrupting, too busy making suggestions. He has no idea what's going on because he can't shut up and listen. It's because he has no respect for me, and that's the problem. When you literally push people to commit suicide, when you literally do all of the things that push somebody to suicide, you're not a good person. No matter how much you want to pretend you were their friend, you're not. This is more prevalent in men because, well, assholes like him exist. Yeah, sure they care, sort of, but he's got that whole every man out for himself retarded bullshit going on, which is why he's broke. He wants to always make it about him and his job and his this and his that. I listen to that stuff out of him every time. He always changes the subject to make it about him. So it's not about helping me. It's never been about helping me. Oh, here's a sandwich because I feel sorry for you. Here's a cigarette because I feel sorry for you. Okay? That doesn't stop abuse. On the bright side, I expected that Dallas wouldn't come through. On the bright side, I expected that Chris was just going to turn it into an argument. When my words don't come out perfectly, you look for any fucking excuse to be a fucking douchebag and make it about you, don't you? Oh, I'm not like, shut the fuck up. You're going out of your way to miss the point. I'm already overwhelmed and fucking worked up from the shit that I've had to go through today, and instead of trying to understand that, and I am trying to understand his. What he wanted to do instead is attempt to push me to suicide. Everyone does that. See, I got an education in this. Very good. First-hand education and second-hand education. Plus, I'm constantly hearing everybody's fucking stories. Is it things they're wanting to do something about? Obviously not. See, listening to the victim is completely different than having a fucking conversation. When you're having a conversation, it's fine to make it about you a bit and your opinions and have your turn to talk. There's a lot of different situations where it's appropriate for you to talk. There's also a lot of situations where it's inappropriate and you need to listen to the victim. And when you constantly interrupt the victim and they have to stop what they're doing and saying to try to explain to you again how detrimental it is to them that you not do that, I understand that my words aren't going to come together right. That's because I am afraid to speak because of your demeanor and your behavior. Yes, I'm afraid to talk to Christian. Christian threatens to kill people. I've recorded him on my channel doing so. Yeah, I'm afraid of Christian, and he's fucked up on drugs too. Or alcohol. Yes, I'm afraid of Chris. He talks about killing people. Threatens to kill people. Yes, I'm afraid of former Denver officer William Barr, who wanted to tell me about killing people. People he'd actually killed. Wanted to change the subject from me trying to get help stopping ongoing abuse. And he wanted to tell me about killing people. And the give it to God bullshit. You know, Sean, when I was over in that other country killing people, blah, 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 blah. And I came back and I just had to give it to God. Fuck you, William Barr. Those are the two scariest things you can fucking do. You will never find a Christian who's not judgmental. To tell me that you know a Christian who's not judgmental, matter of fact, shows me that you're judgmental. When people say they're not judgmental, they're wrong. We're all judgmental. And how you treat somebody shows what judgment you have passed. When you constantly interrupt someone who's speaking, who is a victim, that is an inappropriate time to make it about you. That is an inappropriate time to interrupt them for any reason. When they tell you that they're having problems speaking because you're interrupting them and you keep on interrupting them, And they never get to the point of what they need to tell you because you're constantly interrupting them. And then you say you've already heard it 100 times. No, you've interrupted 100 times. You need to keep that count. Pick my nose a little bit for you. Now, you guys have seen my YouTube channel a lot. Let's raise our voice to an appropriate level. Hello.
I want to talk to you, but I can go pee really bad. Can you let me in the water back?
Hey, Mike.
Can you let me over there?
Sure.
Can you meet me over there?
Yes, ma'am. That lady is a witness to the situation with Molly and several other situations here. She's also a victim of several of the predators here. There's quite a few of them out. Some of them, like Jamie, she was in the Dalles. There's also Daniel, who is in Hood River. The thing is, you guys think the government takes care of us out of here, and they don't. The churches take care of us because they're required to. People like Dallas, they don't come through. They say they're gonna, and then they get busy or get bored. They're asking for it, and I don't know it. This is no bueno. Come on, please be a charge. This will work.
He's on his way here.
All right, very nice, ma'am.
How long, the guys with the dog?
It was probably, I don't know. I want to say it was still light out, but I was real busy when I saw him walk by, so I don't know. Christian was yelling, but not the guy with the dog.
Did he have a skateboard?
The guy with the dog came this way and then he went that way again. When he was coming this way, he was mumbling and cursing. I actually got that recorded.
He was,
I don't know if he had a skateboard or not.
yeah, when they were panhandling, the corner there from ours was like where that one, well, anyhow, where they always panhandle. He had his homemade skateboard leaned up behind him, and then there was, I believe it was two skateboards, and the other one was on the ground. There's something on the ground behind him, and there's the two guys panhandling there for a couple hours.
Well, it's been a real fucked up day. I was not expecting someone to tell me they found a body this time of night.
Yeah, he might be sleeping. I don't know.
I hope he's just sleeping.
I don't want to, but I don't, it's like I don't know what. I don't want to go shake him. I don't want to go be seen going in there,
Well, I've had a lot of my friends that ended up dead because people didn't call 911. I'd rather be wrong.
Well, yeah, but I don't know. I'm talking about the guy with the dog. I don't know where he's at.
Ah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's him though. He's a deeper voice. What's Christian sound like? Was that Christian that yelled?
Christian's he's a black guy, so he's got a deeper voice. This is Tim Sadler.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
You didn't.
I'm also Southern and recording.
You talked
So am I.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so how come you didn't go in the bushes?
How come I didn't?
Yeah, where the guy came out of. What is
Because
what that
I
guy?
didn't have any suspicion to go
What
into
the
the
guy with the
bushes.
dog? What did he get called in for?
What is he getting called in
Yeah,
for?
you talked to him. You asked where the guy with the dog was, or the person with the dog was.
Okay, I'm not here to talk about that.
I
If
know.
there's something about a body, you need to tell me now.
He might be sleeping, but where that guy came out of the bushes that you were asking about the dog. In there, we drove by real slow because before he came out, there was screaming and yelling going on. And this the guy with the dog, he had a deep voice, and he kept going, not rough, but like that, and it sounded like they were having like rolling around.
Okay, did you see two people in the bushes?
No, but we drove by afterwards, after you left, and we looked in the flashlight, and I could have swore there was legs, like, where you see his head on their back.
Looks like there was a guy with grass?
Yes, and I didn't,
Right here on the end where
I'm sorry, did you see there was blood?
no.
No, I
For
think
the
willows.
The willow.
Right back where I contacted,
right where
right?
he was, but back in that timberline right there, there's one spot that walks in, right at the beginning, and there's like a...
So if I walk like along the curb over there and I put my flashlight, I can
yes,
see
it's
it?
the only walkway in, and it's not that far after the timberline starts right there.
So like 4 or 5 feet in.
Okay, so
you can
back
see
on that road, is it the corner and I need to walk in, or is it along the
No,
bushes?
it's just like, is it turning into Denny's? Goes where the timber starts, where the trees start? and it's like 5 feet past where the trees bushes start, and you can see his legs from the road.
Can you guys show me where that's at?
I don't want to see going over there. I don't know what the guy's dog is.
Oh, I already talked to the guy with the dog. You shouldn't be going back over there.
Okay.
Is this where Molly was?
It's past, right, it seems like it's Molly was on, but back along that tree line, back there.
I mean, I
So
can go-
further on the corner.
If you don't want to go over there, I can just go with myself. But I'm just trying to figure out. Fine.
No,
Okay. And so, did you guys try and talk to the
no, I
person
wouldn't let him
there?
get out. I just drove past. I had to go pee really bad, and so I was
Okay.
like, and I didn't want him to get out, 'cause I didn't know where the guy with the dog was, and I don't know if he's sticking around. I mean, if the guy, maybe he's just sleeping. I don't know. He just got in a fight, and I don't know. But I heard him say, he literally.
So I did have a call earlier with that guy with the dog.
Uh-huh.
He's on some kind of upper, and he's been acting crazy like that for the last couple hours.
But he
And
actually.
that was why I was there before, is because he was talking to himself, his dog, and literally looking in a window at Denny's. So that's why I was there in the first place.
But you didn't see the other guy that was with him.
I did not see another person with him,
There-
but I need to go look to see if this guy's.
The guys, they were both
There.
panhandling earlier today at 8. They were both on that corner panhandling. And he had a homemade skateboard kind of panhandling behind him, and he would come out with a skateboard.
Okay, so I can go check on him, make sure he's still alive and well.
Yeah, but he literally said the words, I fucking killed you, man. Like, right before you came around the corner.
Well, I just gotta go check on him. But for reporting purposes, I'm gonna need your name. Nope. Nothing to just hold my report.
I have to go mind my business.
It's just, it's gonna be a whole investigation. We gotta go figure it out. So I'm gonna go over
I wouldn't want to ride over there with him either.
Captain Dushoff.
Yeah, he's a dumbass dipshit. Remember Dallas was talking about him last night. Yeah, he was one of the captain dipshits that was involved in the Molly situation. What a goddamn fuck nugget. Why did they give piece of shit douchebags like
Watch,
that
you'll get a
badges
ticket
and
for
guns?
jaywalking.
I have expired tags and no license.
You're good. I make sure I record everything, but I went around the corner so that I wasn't recording your name and shit like that.
Every time I talk to that cop, he always tells me, he's like, make smart choices. And I'm like, this is the first thing I wanted to say to him when he pulled up, but I didn't.
Because he's a fucking idiot.
Which one?
The officer.
Oh, he asked me for, like, I was, before they opened Denny's back up, I was in the parking lot there, and Fred Meyer's was, they closed at 10. It was right when they first started, they went back to their winter hours. And we went grocery shop at Fred Meyer's, and then we went into Denny's, and I just pulled in there and parked and facing the grass out there, and I got out and let Frankie go to the bathroom, and then I put him back in, and then we were talking about where we were going to go and how tired we were, and we both fell asleep in the parking lot, and I woke up by that cop at 3 o'clock in the morning. He called me in as a man down or whatever it is. And so, because we were both not, and then he knocks on the window louder, I guess, and fucking, and I wake up and he's like, you can't be sleeping here. And I was like, why not? I was like, people sleep in Mars parking lot all the time. He goes, well, Burger King and Denny's doesn't stay open all night anymore. They don't want anybody sleeping in the parking lots anymore. Like, well, that's weird because 2 weeks ago I was here, not a problem, and you drove through. But he's like, well, he goes, he asked for our names and everything, and he came back and he's like, you don't have a license, and neither does he. And I said, yeah, I know. And he's like, he goes, well, what did he say? He said, he's like, I'm gonna go this way, but if you're still here when I come back from my round, he goes, I'm gonna have to give you a no trespassing ticket. and I was like, that fair enough. He's like, do you have any paraphernalia or anything in here? And I was like, no. And he's like, no, nothing like that at all. And I was like, no, I am not on probation. I have nothing in here. I'm not on anything. And he's like, well, it's okay if you are. He's like, you just hand it over to me, and nothing, you won't get in trouble at all. And I'm like, I was like, I don't have anything. I go, if I had something, I wouldn't be sleeping. And he goes, well, it depends on what you take. And I go, I'm an upper, not a downer, first off. And he goes, fair enough. He's like, you go get it. I was like, I have nothing. I was like, it was just kind of weird. It was just like, what cop says that? Like I've never been asked like that before, or I had a cop tell me that before.
Well, that guy was fucking useless. There was about a dozen witnesses, and there was video camera evidence of a lady victimizing me in my vehicle for I think it was the 5th or 6th time by that point. They still didn't bother to try investigating it.
He's got to be 12 years old. I mean,
He looks 12, yeah.
He's not from here. His first got transferred over here.
He looks like a human version of Cartman.
Yeah. I was parked in the truck lane, letting Frankie go to the bathroom on the can return side, and he pulled up and he tells me that I can't be parked there because I'm in the truck loading zone or something like that. I was like, there's no loading here. They just drive by here, and there's plenty of room for them to drive around me before they even get to the store.
Well, when you said you needed to talk to me, the last thing I was expecting was for somebody to say, oh yeah, there's a dead body in the bushes.
I don't know for sure if he's dead, but I don't want to go in there and find out.
Well, he said he's about 98% sure that he's dead, so.
Well, they're 98% sure that there's a guy on their back laying there, and nobody ever. And I kept watching for somebody come out of the bushes after that guy came out, and he literally screamed, "Help! I fucking killed you!"
Cops already leaving, so
Is he?
must be alive.
That's good.
Maybe he's gone. Maybe the guy with the dog already got rid of the body, drove him off. I don't know.
Oh, he's got his life.
He's gonna go look for the guy, isn't he? For the dog. He's gotta be. I'm telling you,
He's got the lights on, but not the siren.
Well, you don't want the siren on, because then the guy will run.
Friends coming back. Maybe just beat him up. Can't be a dead body over there.
He didn't leave it unattended.
They might, if they're in a hurry to go find that guy.
Yeah, that's true.
This is telling them if they don't give a shit about protocol. Well, that's an undercover one right there, so they're going back over there for something. Yep, undercover ride right there turned into the Burger King. Yeah, they just had the dark gray undercover vehicle pull in over there. So, yeah, he did. He pulled in.
Pulled into the one way.
Yep.
Fred. Yes, no?
No. I guys started with top so guy yelled, talked to me. Talked to him. He didn't move. He said, I can see him breathing. He said, excuse me, sir, don't see police. And the guy jumped up. Started with the cop. And he said, I got another call. I gotta go to the take out his lights on.
So it's not even the same guy. Well, thank goodness it wasn't a dead body.
That guy you're talking about sitting there on the dance side standing right now. Put that down. The black guy's on the dance side.
Hey, thank you for coming and getting me. I'm glad that didn't end up being a dead person back there right now.
The cops even asked him if he got in an argument with the other guy. You know, he was not king. I mean, he literally said, "Look, I fucking killed you, man." And I never heard anybody holler back. Nothing. You know, it was like, and Fred kept asking, he's like, "Are you sure there's two people in there?" And I was like, "I'm pretty sure I heard two people arguing in there." I didn't see them both go in the bushes, but I saw them both on the corner beforehand. And then, I mean, it looked like it sounded like they got because he's like, like that, like he's pushing up, like they're rolling around, you know, fighting kind of. And I asked her, like, did the guy look like he got in a fight or anything? And he said no. But it's just weird that the cop didn't like.
Go back and look.
Well, the cop talked to him, I guess, or you know, because he. And what he asked him, what he said.
Doing welfare check or something.
Welfare check. Should have asked him if you know, because the guy he had to have been heard by other people, yelling that, you know, yelling at each other.
God, them kids are a bunch of idiots. I'm always glad when it's not a dead person.
And he got another call, and that's why he left it play. He didn't think it was.
It's an emergency.
He didn't have siren on.
No, just flights.
Did he have it? Did he do anything kind of call? He didn't talk about it.
That's when I walked away. I was supposed to get away from
Oh. Oh. Well, I guess I'll probably pull over to my part of the parking lot and try to mind my business. Well, I don't care if they come looking for me. That's the thing, is that the cops don't listen to me, but people come to me all the time with problems, and also people come and create problems for me all the time.
I didn't want to create problems with the guy with the dog, because, if something did happen, then.
You don't want them coming and getting you.
Or you, is what I was worried about.
Oh
If
shit,
some-
I
if
don't
some-
give a shit. If somebody wants to stab me to death, I'll take it. I've been to prison for protecting kids. I'm fine with it.
I told a friend the same thing. I told my God, I don't want to get involved, but I know the laws and stuff. And so I was like, but then I told my friend over here, I was like, if something were to happen, if the guy with the dog found out, then something happened to you, then I would feel guilty. I would feel responsible. And I didn't want that. And so then I fucking, that's why I mentioned it to, what is his name?
Chris.
So I mentioned, I had people that thought it was Chris.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Give me a minute.
So I mentioned it to Chris. I was like, I gotta go. He said, "Well, tell Sean."
Yeah.
So I was like, that's what I wanted. I wanted a second opinion before I, but then Fred already told you, so.
Yeah, I was already making the call. I was trying to get my phone working, and I had to wait for it to turn on, and then I remembered I had the other phone that I had for, I don't know when they're going to turn it off, probably soon.
I got one of those government phones, and I had it for a month, and then it quit charging, and it won't charge. I can't get it to turn on. I can't get it to do nothing.
A lot of people told me that because they're all refurbished or something.
Yeah, I don't know. This one's from True Connects.
So it's a smartphone?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's
The one they gave me is a flip phone.
Yeah.
But I got mine at the TCCHC.
See, a lot of them, people around here do that Q-Link, through Q-Link ones, and then I went through, I had Q-Link before, but I got rid of them, and I going through True Connects, because I thought they'd have better service or something, or be better company, and they got a free tablet with it, that's the main thing. But, yeah, but I got the tablet still, but not the phone. I mean, I have the phone too, but it doesn't work, it doesn't turn on.
I don't fit in here. I don't do drugs, and I don't drink, and I don't have any friends or family here, and I don't have anyone to help me do the paperwork I need done. I'm stuck like this.
So where's your family?
Either molesting kids or doing drugs mostly.
Oh, you don't talk to them.
Nope. They don't want to talk to me either, because I tell on people. And you know what? I'd rather be wrong and admit that I'm wrong than be right about somebody being dead and say nothing. So I'm glad you did. And I don't mind having my name attached to it. If I'm going to get fucking slaughtered, I'll get slaughtered anyway.
Well, Fred said he didn't think it was the same person, because when we drove by, the legs were out, like you could see his feet, and I could see in between his legs. I couldn't see anymore because there was grass was in the way. But and we had a flashlight on him, and he said when he came back, the guy was laying, his feet were like towards the edge of the road, and when they went with the cop, he was laying this way, and his feet were
And
like.
it was a different guy.
He thinks it was a different guy.
Yeah.
So what happened to the guy that was there?
He might have gotten up and left, or somebody might have dragged him further into the bushes. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. I can't go over there. I'm not allowed, because the situation with Molly and Tom was the guy that was in the chair that was sleeping with a blanket over him.
Yeah.
And Molly was the crazy lady that was
Screaming, yelling at everybody, and forcing bags of food on people.
yeah, like she gave us rotten food. I've got like 3 different people recorded that she tried to give the same rotten bag of meat to, because she was trying to find Tom. And all she had to try to try to con somebody into something or try to juice them up a little bit or grease their palm or whatever. She didn't have any money to do that with, so she tried giving us meat that was like a week old and fucking stunk to high heaven.
I noticed they cut all those bushes where she was camped out there. They cut all those down right afterwards.
Right after, immediately after, yeah, they were not going to have any more of that.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, I'm the one that got victimized about that. I'm the one that got in trouble. I don't know. I guess her and Tom got into housing somewhere up here, and they sometimes go to the churches, but I don't know. I don't know if that's the truth or not. What I do know is that when I went up to the churches for help, and when I went to all the other places I was told to go to for help, like a lot of them, she was already there at, and she's not crazy in there like she is out here. In there, she's all sweet and innocent, no, poor me, poor me.
Yeah.
And everybody who was out there, like Tom was hiding under a fucking blanket in a chair behind my car because he didn't want her to know he was there.
Yeah, that's
But the problem is he had all of his shit stacked up against my car and he needed to get storage. And, you know, people didn't come out and bitch at Tom about it. They didn't come bitch at Molly about it. They bitched at me about it.
Yeah.
Then she was scaring some 18-year-old who just wanted to get in her car and leave. And then Molly was breaking stuff against my vehicle and beating on windows and threatening to kill me. And fucking then she tried to break into the Fred Meyer's building. And who did they come and harass? Me. The guy's name is Rob. Meanwhile, there were a lot of employees of Fred Meyer's and their families who were there. It was pretty late at night, and there was no reason for her to be doing that. And that was like the 4th time she'd beat on my vehicle, and like the 5th time that she'd threatened me. And it was always over her wanting to control Tom. Meanwhile, I got recordings with Tom talking about how she was threatening to kill me and talking about burying me, and also she was telling him that if he left, that she'd say that he touched her, molested her, or some crap like that. I'm like, Jesus, man, why is it always the fucking crazies? Why can't I have one parking lot in America where I'm not fucking stuck with crazies? Man, there's a lot of drug addicts here. Like almost every homeless person I know is a drug addict. So I don't fit in here. Then they're real liberal because it's legal here, so they're real liberal about telling me that they're drug addicts. And I try telling people I record everything for my safety, and then they find out when it was actually recorded and it's on YouTube. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe you did that. I'm like, I have to show what I really have to live through. I'm homeless, I'm disabled, I'm autistic, and I have no protection from this. Them kids earlier being assholes, I've got no way to protect myself from them. When Christian was over at my vehicle all fucked up, screaming at the top of his lungs that he's going to kill people, and he's fucked up on drugs, I don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah.
And then when people rip me off out here, like I got 2 options. I can either ask the meth heads or I can ask the cops. And in both cases, I'm going to get ripped off, taken advantage of, and sent around in circles.
The cops don't do nothing about that thieving.
Well, not just the thieving. There's also the threats against my life and the assaults and a lot of other stuff.
There's nothing they'll do. They'll put them in jail for maybe a day, if that.
That depends on if people work together. There's a whole bunch of places that I can speak to. I just can't speak to them alone. I've got their numbers. I just need people to explain that this is an unsafe situation, that it is very real, and that it's not a figment of my imagination.
Yeah.
I have it recorded so I can show it's not a figment of my imagination, but they're not going to look at it unless someone speaks up with me. That's the thing for everybody on the street to know, is that they're allowed to blow you off and break the law if you go in alone. So somebody has to go in with you, and they have to be willing to speak up with you.
Yeah.
When the cops try to talk over you or sell a false narrative, they need to interrupt the cop, because the cop will be interrupting you to try to do that. So somebody needs to go with you who's aware of what happened. And when the cop tries to sell a false narrative, they need to speak up and stop that cop from preventing the victim and the witnesses from being heard. So for all the homeless people out here, most of their excuse is that they're not going to help anybody else, is because when they had to go in, the cops didn't help them, so it's useless. And I say, well, did you go in by yourself or did you go in with somebody else? And it's always, I went in by myself. But when you go in by yourself, they're not going to listen. And none of these services are going to listen unless people fight for your rights.
Yeah. What are you trying to accomplish? Like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to make it safe for you to be, or Like,
Anywhere. See, here's the thing. When my best friend got her brains blown out, it was really popular to pretend like I was some sort of super psycho serial killer rapist. The cops committed a lot of felonies to try to frame me for Natalie Bollinger's murder and to try to frame me as a violent schizophrenic. Then they found Natalie Bollinger's actual killer, and the cops continued to pull that crap, and they continue to pull it to this day. I can't outrun a radio.
okay, well, so, that was in another state though, right?
I'm aware that it
So,
definitely
but I'm
was.
just asking what you're trying to, what's it like?
The thing is that I'm disabled, and all of my disability money goes to me running around in circles to be victimized everywhere I go. I need to be somewhere safe where I'm not
So you're
victimized.
trying to get into housing then? Is that
No. And see, that's the thing, is that I have to be able to stop the abuse. That includes the financial abuse that I've had to endure because cops press false charges on me and wouldn't let it go. And a lot of people harm me, and I have a lot of mental stress from people harming me everywhere I go, plus the stuff that's on the internet that people harass me about all the time. I didn't want to do any of that. I had a place. It was stolen from me because a lot of people were taking advantage of me and thought it was okay. And to this day, people taking advantage of me and treating me like I'm a liar results in me being stuck out here. The whole point is that it all started with slandering my name in Virginia with Natalie Bollinger, her getting killed in Colorado. It's been in multiple states since it first started. It was in multiple states before she was ever killed.
Okay, so why don't you want a house? Why don't you want your own
I
place?
didn't say I don't want a
okay.
house.
That's what I thought.
That's the thing, is that I don't get to explain very well, and people make assumptions
I'm
instead
just
of
asking,
understanding, which
Yeah.
I know,
Well,
and
asked-
most people
yeah,
do.
I asked if you were trying to get into housing, and you said no. So then I was like,
Well,
okay,
I
why don't
didn't
you
say
want
I'm not trying to get into housing.
Okay.
The whole thing here is that I have to clear my name, and I have to show that I'm the victim, not the cops, not the Bollingers.
But
Because I'm still being victimized over it. I'm still here with financial issues over it. I'm socially isolated over it. These are all forms of abuse, and they're all felonies for these people to do it to me. The Bollingers, the police, and anybody else who gets involved. The point is that I'm still being victimized. I need to get the victimization to stop, and I need to get the money back that was stolen from me and that was taken advantage of me, and it needs to be shown that I made every effort to try to turn it in. I'm victimized everywhere that I go because I have to turn it in alone, no matter where I go.
how are you getting what money?
Do what?
You said you wanted to get the money back. What money?
Well, I'm disabled, and all of my back pay and all of my disability money has been spent running through all of the court's hoops everywhere I go, and spending money to go to all the places that I'm told to go for people who are supposed to help at-risk and disabled adults. And all they do is set me up for therapy. They're mandated reporters. Their job is to immediately contact Adult Protective Services and make sure that my safety and the safety of my evidence is the most important thing, and they have not done that. As a result, for the last 6 years, I've gone through nonstop abuse. Threats, harassment, intimidation.
Why did you choose this town?
I didn't choose this town, I got stuck here.
Okay,
That's the thing, is that I was victimized, before I came here, I was victimized in the Dalles. Before I was in the Dalles, I was in Hood River. Before I was in Hood River, I was in Chapel, Nebraska. Before I was in Chapel, Nebraska, I was in...
Yeah, so, okay, so you got stuck here because of car issues or something then?
Yes.
Okay, so where were you on your way to when you were passing through?
I was on my way to Eugene and Salem and Portland, again, to run around in circles and try to turn in the people who were committing crimes against me.
Salem's a good town. I used to live in Salem.
They all suck.
South Salem. I used to live in South Salem.
The problem is that I don't have a friend or family member to help me turn any of the crimes that happened. So I get blown off everywhere I go. Every new town that I move to, I got to deal with meth heads first, and then I got to deal with cops treating me like shit or telling people that I'm schizophrenic and on drugs.
So,
Or I killed somebody and shit like that.
Have you tried looking into
I've tried all sorts of
relocating?
stuff.
Like,
I've moved over 40 times since Natalie was killed. I move often.
Let me finish. So, what I was going to say is there are programs though that if you were no, don't let me finish. That will pay for you to be relocated somewhere. Have you looked into that by chance?
Ma'am, I've been doing this for 6 years.
Okay,
I've jumped through all of those hoops. The thing is, none of that works without a friend or family member to help stop it. Relocating doesn't get me a social network. It doesn't get me friends. It doesn't help me to get any of the things back that I need in order to function. I'm a disabled and at-risk adult. I can't do these things for myself. It's unsafe for me to do these things for myself, and I am victimized too frequently for anybody to say that I'm not at risk out here.
I get that. I understand.
Me moving to another place where I don't know anybody isn't going to help me.
I didn't know that, because this town they don't.
Every
newcomers.
town, and that's why I try to get people to stop being pussies and work together instead of trying to convince everybody to move. See, that's the thing, is that they tell us to do a bunch of things that it's illegal for them to tell us, and then we run around telling each other to go do those stupid things that don't work. That's why I buy the electronics and pay for the internet and pay for the phone and make sure that I can look up the laws for myself instead of having to believe cops that don't give a shit about any of us, or junkies who don't give a fuck if it's true or not. They're not going to look it up. They're too fucking strung out to think straight.
Well, they're too busy trying to get their necks fixed. So.
I don't see them trying to get their necks fixed. Oh, I thought you said necks fixed.
No,
not
no.
next fixed.
Their necks, yeah, their necks high. How they're gonna get their necks high.
Yeah.
That's all I worry about.
And that's the thing with me having to go to those people because everybody else is too busy and doesn't care. And instead of listening to the situation that I'm in to understand, they want to ask a bunch of questions about their understanding from their opinions. When you watch a movie and you want to know what happened in the movie, or you're reading a book and you want to know what's happening in the book, you have to watch the movie or read the book. If you talk through the whole thing, you miss all the details and you don't know what happened.
Yeah.
You could sit in a theater with somebody who watched the movie once, 20 years ago. Let's say you go to watch Star Wars. You've never seen it before.
I haven't.
And somebody else saw it 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So you go to watch Star Wars, and through the whole thing, you don't know what's going on at the very beginning. So you spend the whole movie asking the person next to you what's going on because you know they've seen it, when really you should be watching the movie so you understand. Instead, you miss the whole movie and you have no understanding of what was going on with the movie, and also they've been frustrated through the entire movie because they're trying to explain things to you that will be explained later on once we get to that part.
Yeah.
But then people are like, have you gone to this place? Have you gone that place? Everybody that I go to, if I say I've gone through this 100,000 times, every single person that I explain it to will start off like I'm a 5-year-old who doesn't know how to wipe his own ass. Have you gone here? Have you gone there? You know, there's services. I've been to all those services. The problem is I have to go alone. Always the problem is having to go alone. It's not that I haven't tried. It's not that I don't know where those things are. It's that they blow us off and commit felonies against us if we have to go in alone.
Yeah.
So it's never okay to make a victim go in alone.
Okay.
Anyway, I got to get over there and park.
I gotta go.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't mean to upset you or anything.
Oh, you're good. The thing is, it's been 6 years of this, and for the last 6 years, people just blow me off. When they need help, they come to me. But when I need help, even if I pay them, they don't show up.
I try to keep to myself, and I mean, I appreciate being able to come to you, and I feel bad because I'm
Oh, you're
not
good.
offering to go with you, but I don't do well with services and stuff. So
I don't either. They're friggin' Nazis. They're horrible to us. But anytime you think you found a dead body, anytime that you think there might be a missing child or that there was any form of human trafficking, anytime that you feel that there's an at-risk adult or a child in danger, you can let me know and I will make the call and make sure that if you want me to, I will stand there with you and record it so that we can make sure that it is recorded and it is taken seriously.
I appreciate that. Just keep your eye out for that guy with the dog.
Yes, ma'am.
Try to stay safe.
I've already got a bunch of junkies in this town pissed off
Well,
because
this
I
guy's not
recorded
from-
them.
He's not from here. I've never seen him here before. Today was the first day I'd seen him. Him and his friend, or whoever was panhandling over there for Myers was. But like I said, I don't know where he went or how he got here or how long he's been here, but he hasn't been here long.
All right.
So
Well, I'm not from here either, and that's one of the things that is a big issue. A lot of people are from here, or they've been here long enough to get established, but because of that stuff that happened to Natalie all the way into Colorado, that follows me everywhere. Also, the repercussions of it follow me everywhere. All of my disability money being spent follows me everywhere. I can't survive. I can't pay for my car. I can't fix my car every month. And now I've got cops that harass me because they know I'm trying to turn them in because they didn't do their jobs as mandated reporters. It sucks. Anyway, I'm going to let you go. Thank goodness there wasn't a dead body.
yeah, well, hopefully.
Hopefully. If there is, we'll smell them in a couple of days.
Like I said, I think Jake was supposed to be in there. Because I mean, I've been doing laundry every night for life now. I've been at Bernard's first, and I was at Bernard's all day today. I actually slept here last night. Not really, so I fell asleep in my car right after you Dallas left.
You're good. Yeah, Dallas was gonna come help me today, but he never showed up.
Didn't work today.
Well, he didn't. He was supposed to have the next 3 days off. I got to go up the mountains and get my stuff, and because of my physical disabilities, I can't do it. He was gonna help me today. I do have some money to pay him for gas, but
He's a good kid.
I don't.
He's a kid though, that's the thing.
He doesn't come through,
Yeah, he's
and
a kid.
he doesn't understand how important it is. Like I need someone to come through, or I need someone to help me kill myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's literally how it is. I'm tired of being victimized and having people tell me pretty words. Pretty words don't stop violence. They don't stop abuse. And it's not just physical abuse and sexual abuse and financial abuse. I go through hell everywhere I go.
Mental abuse, of course. Physical abuse is,
I can handle the physical abuse. That's the thing, is that it's not just physical abuse. Everyone threw me away and I haven't had a real friend since.
Physical abuse, you just get things up and it goes away and heal, you know? But mental abuse never heals.
It can, but not if you're stuck in this environment. People tell me they know all about autism. Oh, I have a cousin, so I know everything about autism. But then they do literally everything to completely disrespect somebody who is autistic as if they're mentally retarded and talk over them like they're stupid. And it's horrible. And it feels horrible, and the cops treat us like that. And then when we go to the therapy places that are supposed to help us because they're mandated reporters, they don't. They set us up for therapy, and it's illegal and immoral for them to do that. And they do it to everyone out here on the streets. That money is supposed to go to help us. When we're harmed, they're supposed to do their jobs as mandated reporters, not fleece us for our tax dollars.
There was, I saw something on, you use Facebook at all?
I do have Facebook.
I saw on there that they have counselors and stuff that do counseling over the phone, you know?
I don't need a counselor, I need a mandated reporter, and I need a friend to help me get that started. They won't help that. That's the thing, is without a friend or family member, that's why I have literally thousands of phone calls recorded. It's because people want to make nothing but suggestions, but the one suggestion that needs to be made is somebody to do it with them. Yeah, like when somebody comes to me and says that they're being bullied, I will go in with them to help them turn it in. If they come to me and they say, hey, my daughter is missing, I will go with them to help them turn it in. If they say, hey, there is a body over there, I will go with them.
Yeah, and I didn't want to say anything to anybody. I just wanted to act like it didn't happen, or that I didn't see it, or, you know.
Well, most people do, and that's why I got a lot of friends that are corpses now.
I'm trying to make myself invisible.
I don't have that ability.
I'm trying.
I wish I was physically able to take care of myself. The problem is now I have to record everywhere. Like when I walked around the corner of the building, it's because I didn't want to record your name or anything like that, because I didn't want you getting tagged or pegged or anything like that. But I did want to make sure that if there's a dead person back there, that he's found and that his body...
Why would that guy scream that out though? I mean, like...
I don't know. Christian was screaming out earlier that he was going to kill all them kids over there.
Well, yeah, but like, he's fucking killed him. I mean, he said that, and he was on the air, and, you know, through the bushes, and nobody ever came out of the bushes. It's just weird. Why, I don't know why someone would say that. I mean, I don't care what kind of drugs you're on, it's not something you say. You know? I mean, you threaten it. Everybody threatens it. You hear that all the time. But
That's not true. I don't threaten it. I've only threatened people's lives twice in my adult life, and both times I went to jail for it, and both times it was people who threatened my life first.
Yeah. I mean, like people that are, you know, crazy that scream stuff out, they don't scream out that it kills somebody. They scream out, I'll kill you. You know?
Well, there's a lot of people that scream stuff out that aren't crazy. I scream stuff out because Christian doing that drives me nuts. I can't just blow that off. That's the thing about having sensory processing issues and having so many friends of mine that are dead. When people scream that stuff, I can't just, oh, that's no big thing. I got too many dead friends, and I take too much abuse already over those dead friends. You know, I was in prison when my friend Christine was killed, and there was a fentanyl overdose, and people still pretend like I killed her. People still pretend like I killed Natalie, even though Joseph Michael Lopez is serving 48 years for blowing her brains out. People still treat me like a child molester and a rapist, even though it was her dad that did those things, and her ex-boyfriend Tim Beeson who did those things. Just because I'm easy to scapegoat, because I'm autistic, and because I have sensory overload. And then literally nobody gets that. They want to say, oh, I have something like that. Well, that's making it about them, not understanding me. So I end up taking a lot of abuse because people don't understand how abusive it is. They don't stop to think how abusive it is until I do it back to them. And then they hate me for it.
You gotta treat people the way you know, well,
I used to treat people the way I wanted to be treated. That got me treated like a carpet.
yes, it
So
did.
now I treat people how they treat me. If they want to make insinuations about me, I can insinuate right to their face
I
about
did
them.
that same thing. I used to treat people the way I want to be treated, and then I started treating people the way they treat me, and I became a person I hated. And I'm still trying to get out of that place because
Well, the thing
I've
is,
been
once
treating
you
people
get to
way.
that point, you're at a point where you're at a point of desperation, and you have to be that way. It's a
But
defense
it's turned me
mechanism.
into somebody I'm not. By having to treat people that way, I am not that type of person.
Well, I'm not
And
that
so
type of person
I can't
either,
do
but
those
I
things to
can't just
people.
live out here with this abuse and not say anything. And that's where people get pissed off, is that I do say something. Not only that, I record it and I do try to turn it in. And I'm victimized often because I try to turn it in. Several of the people that I tried to help find are dead because people didn't want to listen. Several of the people that I helped to find were found because people did listen. So it all comes down to people working together. When it comes to listening to the victim, they have to actually listen to the victim and understand the victim's story. So if you've got stuff that you want turned in, then it would be my job and my duty. If I was in Boulder, I was a community liaison. My duty would be to sit down with you in a room at the Boulder Public Library and listen to what your problems are, and more importantly, what your needs are. And we sit down and we prioritize them, and I do my best to literally not interrupt you for an hour or more, however long it takes and however long the library lets you have. Nobody does that with me.
No, not here. And now this is going on, like, well, he's gonna be thinking I'm crazy now, and
There was two of you that saw it,
it
so
doesn't matter.
I
We're always
believe you.
together. I don't know. I just every time I
You know what? Like you were saying, he might have been sleeping and he might have gotten up, and somebody else went over there, or he might have been.
He might have run back in the bushes more, and he might kind of be there to heard me Fred talking or something. Or what, you know.
That could
I
be.
debated it for an hour or more about what to do because I didn't know what to do. And I should do something right then, I guess. Maybe I should not say nothing at all.
Well, I record it first before I call the cops usually. If I have somebody with me, then I'll call the cops because there's somebody with me who can verify it. But the thing is, I always try to make sure that I start recording by the time the cop gets there because they'll pull shady shit if I don't.
Oh, I record the cops when I get pulled over. They were recording it, so why not? You know?
Well, they committed a lot of crimes against me in this town and made it unsafe for me to be here and made it so that all of my money is gone.
And they lie and lie and lie, tell you things that aren't true.
They do, but since I recorded them, I can sue them, and so can a lot of other people.
In this town, the judge won't go for it.
Well, if that judge doesn't want to go for it, it's a good thing I've already got a bunch of other numbers. Do people go in? Have you ever gone in with other people to turn something in?
I don't. Every time I've ever told the cops, it came back and bit me in the ass, and so I don't do it.
Yeah, that's the problem with being poor. They do it to all of us.
I'm not normally poor. I was raised by my grandparents who were millionaires, and they had a business in town. And
the cops still didn't listen to you?
No, and I actually after that I got into drugs before I graduated, but then I got pregnant, and I had my son when I was 15. I had my son, and then when I was pregnant, I went back to school, and I actually graduated, got my diploma, and I graduated 2 years early, and then I went through a bad divorce and had another kid. I had another kid, then went through a bad divorce, and then I got a job working for the county, and I worked for the county for 10 years at the road department, and I worked with these cops, and I worked with the PD, and I worked at night. If there was a storm, flooding, wind, tree went down the road, I got called out in the night.
Loftman's a dick. He sexually harasses women, and then he shows up when people are supposed to be able to turn in their predators to the police. If your predator, one of them is police officers, and they show up and you tell the hospital staff there that that's one of the officers, they're supposed to have that officer leave immediately, not allow him to antagonize you. On 4 different occasions when I was supposed to talk to one of his superiors to turn him in, he showed up to harass me.
Yeah, that's how it is here. Every time.
Well, that's the thing, is that everybody knows that it's happening, and I have it recorded. So the thing is, it's a matter of turning it in with people. And everybody here, they talk about how the law doesn't work and about how they don't care about the law, and that's why it needs to be turned in.
I worked for the county for 2 years, or for 10 years, and I got hired on through FEMA the very first time, so I didn't have to put an application through the county. The FEMA sent people, they hired a bunch of people, and they sent them to the port of Garibaldi, the railroad tracks, and to the parks, because they needed help cleaning up stuff, and the road department. And the road department kept people there the longest, but they never saw my application. They had a chance to, FEMA had it, but they never looked. Well, they got to like me, I proved myself, I was never late, I was always on time or early, and I never missed a day in 8 months, and so they wanted me to come back again and help. So I did that for 4 years, and they never once. It wasn't until the 4th year that I had to actually apply, and they already knew who they wanted. They wanted me to come back and work for them. So then they just went right to the personnel, didn't even look at it, my application. They did 7 interviews, and the director said that she wanted me and this other gal that got hired around the same time as me for FEMA, and so our applications never got looked through by personnel. Well, after 10 years, I had previous drug charges, and so I was a felon, and so I went to get my record expunged because I'd worked 10 years for the county, and I got my record expunged, paid the money and everything, and my record took longer than anybody else's in this county, and they found out that I was a fugitive felon, and they just got rid of me. It was bad for the county. Then I got told that I missed my doctor's appointment. I got a herniated disc, and I got hurt on the job, and I never turned it in because if you turn in work comp stuff, then they let you go immediately, and I didn't want to get let go, and so I didn't turn it in. And I had a physical therapy appointment, not to, I had to go to the machine that they stretch my neck and stuff for. Well, it was a 3-day weekend, and I told them, I'm gonna miss my appointment, I need to go. They told me that if I went, I'm fired immediately. And they said if I stay there, then I have options. And come to find out, they didn't even know me because they said I should have never been allowed in the position I was in at the county.
Is this stuff you want to help turn in?
No. But this is what I've got. This is what I come from, I was born and raised in a family that had business, still a family-owned business here, and a big business here, and I still get, it doesn't matter who you are.
Literally everybody here has got horror stories, they tell me, all of them, about the cops here. And if those people would stop just telling their horror stories to each other and scaring the hell out of each other and work together, then they wouldn't have to be scared shitless.
It's not the cops doing it, it's commissioners. It's above the cops.
It isn't just the cops doing it. And it doesn't matter if the commissioners think they're above the law or not. They're not in any state in America. And federal law does supersede what they're pulling here, especially when it comes to the federal law of they're wasting our money. When it comes to the Medicare and Medicaid fraud, that is a very big, major deal. And they're committing that against a lot of people. Every town in America is like that. See, the American dream is just that. It's a dream. You have to be sleeping to believe it.
You watch movies like this?
Sometimes.
You've seen Matthew McConaughey?
I know who he is.
He's been in a lot of funny movies and stuff. He does this, you should YouTube him. He's doing.
I know who he is.
He's doing this art of living thing.
Yep.
And he did a live presentation, first one ever like that, and I watched it live. He did a follow. I'm still watching a lot of his stuff, but he's really good. I really like him. I watched him the day. That's what I brought it up. But it's called The Art of Living. Yes, I know. Flashlighting me. All right, I'll let you go.
Yes, ma'am.
So he's very inspirational, and it's nice to hear some positive stuff sometimes.
Between words and actions, actions are what changes the world. Sometimes those words are important, but they need to be used at the right place and with the right people. I think that is Christian. Yeah, it's Christian. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, everybody can do whatever the fuck they want now.
Hello, Christian.
It's over.
I'm just glad you're not screaming people that you're gonna kill them anymore. God, you are so fucked up.
Like, what do I do? I thought I was new. It just destroys somebody. They just go insane. What? Oh my god. I can do whatever the fuck I want now. I thought you were like a slave, like an intergalactic alien zombie apocalypse. Zombies in the planet. This is Zombies 1. Get everybody. They eat brains, dude. Ew. You know, eating brain drives you insane. So maybe they're just that's exactly what's gonna happen. There's like gotta be like pockets of like thousands of people living underground.
If you're eating people's brains, I'd say you're already crazy.
Like cults of like are you also? You're on the list too, bro? Let's link up, dog. Oh, dude, I got like 47 other wanted finishers in my gang right now. All of them. We have all 1 through 47, baby. Woo! On the podium. We have AA meetings here every day. One guy trying to entertain. He's like really bad. Let me see. They should do a show. Like fall out. What do you think next? Dumb fucking prophets will look like. Just make it really cheesy. Make it like it's made.
Them kids come by and harassed me after you were threatening to kill them.
Who was threatening to do?
I said them youngins came by to harass me after you threatened to kill them.
After I did?
Yeah.
I didn't threaten to kill anybody.
I got you recorded on my channel threatening to kill people.
Okay.
I started recording when I heard you walking up because you were screaming that you were going to kill people. Alright, well, I got another phone here. I'll pull it out and I'll start playing it for you. Give me just a second. I'm not real good with the flip phone, but I'll make sure I get it for you because it does still have internet access and you can listen to yourself threatening to kill people. You actually did.
Well,
I'm going to play your voice for you.
It would be. They were in front of me. And I didn't know them.
Sorry about that. That's advertisement of some sort. Alright, let me look it up. Alright, I'll look up my channel.
It's like that CGI. Coming out of the pavement.
Alright, this one right here.
See this? Sharing. Guy threatening to kill people. Supposedly.
Oh, you're absolutely recorded threatening to kill people on it. I'm gonna play it for you.
Oh, you know, girl. I think that he is a alien. Lightfoot.
Let me see. It would be under live.
He's a genius. I think he's a bird. I think he's an bird. It just cuts him off short.
You are really fucked up right now, Christian. Alright, so I'm about to play the part for you where you're... It'll take me to it. Alright, let me see.
Nothing.
That one.
Come on. Come on.
Name contest. Here it is. It's called Christian Walked Up Threatening to Kill People. I gave him a cigarette and continued. So I'm going to press play on it. It's 23 minutes long, Christian. And I'm going to turn up the volume so you can hear your voice.
Look, that's not what I did. People that do drugs for the most part, and people that drink. I said that's why I stay away from people who do drugs for the most part, and people who drink. People who do drugs and people who drink. It's not a matter of judgment; it's a matter of safety. Oh, I mean, just cuts. My name is Christian, and I know. Right now, it's not difficult to tell that you're on one. I may have had 4 previous with college co-eds that were all drugged at the same time. So I figured that they'd have each other's backs.
You hear that? That's you screaming at him.
Wait, back it up. I didn't hear it.
We're about to get to the part where you threaten to kill him.
Back it up. Hey, I want to hear it from the beginning now. Did I say drugs look like children's toys? Or your trucks? Oh, yeah, no, I wasn't threatening anybody to kill him. I was talking about the fucking ones that, yeah, nobody would even give a shit. I guarantee you. Like, I have to. It's just something I have to say. To, like, stay sane.
That's the part where I gave you the cigarette, and right after that you started threatening to kill people.
You keep saying that, and I don't really like how I just told you.
There you go.
Right. That
there you
is
said
your
it again.
interpretation.
No, those are literally your words. Those are literally your words.
Your words don't.
You said twice, you said, I'm going to kill you.
Your intent is, or what you're actually saying, or if you can prove to me that I was talking to somebody else. Thank you. And also, I don't really know. Why are you tithing? I'll fucking kill you. God damn it. I'll fucking kill you. Why are you tithing? I'm not real comfortable with people threatening to kill people. I don't give a fuck. They tried to kill me since I was a fucking child. Well, I've been assaulted a lot and had a lot of people threaten to kill me and my friends and family, and it does trigger me. If I threaten people like that, where's it at?
You absolutely did, Christian.
I know I have one, I just don't see it. But I know.
Chris, you said at least 4 times in that recording that you were going to kill them, and you were literally screaming at the top of your lungs at them youngins in their trucks.
say what the world is or is not?
I can say what north is because I've been north. I can say what south is because I've been south. I can say what cold is because I've been cold. I can say what hot is because I've been burnt.
At all. I mean, if I'm punching a dude in the face, then and you get me reported punching a dude in the face,
I probably will. If somebody punches you in the face, I'll record that too. I don't like violence, Christian. Well, at least I know Christian's not dead in the bushes.
Did you swallow an entire child? What's wrong with you? Those are who I'm talking to. Basically. So, I don't think it's the case. You're a good one. Sorry. Sorry, I had to get angry. If you put me about sorry. Concerned citizen about the imminent posing terrorist threat. Not homeless man with mental illness, own stigma burned in his blood. Long heritage. His first crazy homeless ancestor was Beverly Bob Beverly Marilyn Roman, the Roman Catholic black man slavery. What? Maximus, black man.
Did you know there were black emperors of Rome?
Maximus, black man, number 4. From Lot in Virginia.
The last black emperor of Rome died in Scotland. I gotta go, Christian. Be safe.
Wait, do you have a letter?
Yeah.
I have one. Interesting. Just me. Okay, you know me. That's not what I want to talk about.
Music. Yep. The one thing all these people got is that this is familiarity to them. This is their hometown. They all know each other. Alice D typed hello. Hello, Alice D. This recording is about 5 hours long now. I'm dependent upon others because I can't take care of myself. Because of abuse, I need help getting the things back that were taken so that I can take care of myself. So that I can have a safe place where I'm not stuck with a bunch of fucking drug addicts. I don't hate them. I hate what they do. How many outbursts from drug addicts do I have to endure before I'm allowed to say, hey, enough is enough? Apparently, I'm never allowed to. I get that people don't like fucking being recorded, but it's the only way that I'm able to show the truth without them coming forward. I'm tired of being victimized because people don't care. Because people would rather argue and tell me something's not going to work without ever making an effort to try. Some people promise that they will. They make all sorts of promises. But people don't keep their word, especially if it's not somebody they want to fuck. When it all comes down to it, that's most of what it is. A lot of guys could have helped me turn in abuse against me and promised me that they would. But then there was some chick that they wanted to have sex with. Well, I don't care about some chick you want to have sex with. I don't care about your sex drive. I don't care about sex at all. I care about human lives. And if you care more about getting laid than you do about human lives, you're shit as far as a human being goes. But I'm used to being lied to. I'm used to having empty promises. I'm used to having to be nice and forgive people no matter what they do. No matter how many times they do it. You expect me to forgive them no matter what. Even when they show no remorse. And everybody wants to start off like they're talking to a fucking retarded 5-year-old who doesn't know shit. Well, you know there's programs. Yes, I know there's programs. And I've been to... Oh, yeah, let me finish. Fucking A. Fine, I'll let you finish. I will let you finish. Obviously, I don't hate these people, but I don't want to be anywhere near them. I get sick of being victimized and lied to and told that it's my fucking fault. It's not my fault. I didn't choose this. People try to go, oh, well, why'd you choose Tillamook? I didn't fucking choose here. I got stuck here. And everybody in every fucking town, every fucking pussy who's too goddamn cowardly to fucking do the right thing or speak up, they want to tell me horror stories and tell me the law doesn't work in every fucking town. You know why? Because Americans are pussies nationwide. They're cowards who only care about themselves. Who want to pretend that talking about themselves nonstop is help? Instead of helping another person who's being victimized by drug addicts, you want to get all defensive like I'm talking shit about you because you're a drug addict. Meanwhile, you're the one that wanted to interrupt me to volunteer that you're a fucking drug addict. So don't be pissed off that it's on my channel that you're a fucking drug addict. I didn't make my channel to go exposing a bunch of fucking junkies. I made my channel to try to stop abuse from a bunch of fucking junkies, dumbasses. I expect to be neglected by junkies and drug addicts. I expect to be neglected and abused by police. I expect to have the police and other homeless people steal my shit, especially if they're drug addicts. I expect it because that is how it is out here on the streets. And all of these hundreds of people who have verified that. And what do? They all show that they're too afraid to come forward and turn that in with people. They just want to bitch about it to me. Or bitch about it to other people in that situation just to bitch. And you can tell that they're doing it just to bitch because when you offer to help them turn it in, they want to start telling you it's not going to work. It's not going to work. That's because you've never tried. When I ask people if they went in with somebody else, the ones who claim that they tried to turn stuff in, when I say, did you try going in with somebody else, they either sidestep the question or they admit that they went in by themselves. Or there's people like Cheryl. Cheryl's biggest gripe is that they went in for important appointments. And Lewis, also known as Otter, was too fucked up to speak or stand upright. Couldn't walk and fucking shat himself. Yeah, that's not going to help you out much because they're not going to believe that that's from a brain problem. They can smell the fucking alcohol on it. Meanwhile, I'll eventually get overwhelmed and I'll have a fucking meltdown. You pretend it's irrational. You guys are afraid of these people doing this shit to you, but you tell me that I should be fine with it. You guys have a safe place where you can lock up your shit and be safe from these fucking people. I don't. You know why I get victimized so much? Because I'm stuck in public so much alone. It makes me easy to fucking terrorize, easy to victimize, easy to gang up on, easy to bully. That's why I don't care about people's wishes when it comes to me recording and reporting. I don't give a fuck about your personal goddamn opinion. You're too cowardly to even try the law the right way. Of course they're gonna fucking blow you off. Of course they don't give a shit about you. All they want is a fucking paycheck. Half of them are pissed off that they haven't gotten to shoot anybody yet. There's a lot of people down here who wanted to talk about a guy who killed himself a couple of weeks ago. Was apparently a friend of many of theirs. Well, no wonder he fucking killed himself. With friends like that, yeah, that's exactly what makes people suicidal. And then they don't learn their fucking lesson. They haven't seen enough fucking corpses. They haven't seen enough of their friends' bodies put in the fucking ground. So for them, they'll just continue doing it, believing that it's not their fault that that person killed themselves. Well, it absolutely is. When your friend needed help, all you could do is get fucked up on drugs or talk about yourself. Of course you don't fucking care about them. Of course they fucking killed themselves. When did you pretend to give a shit? When they were fucking dead. Anyway, this video's been recording for about 5 goddamn hours. It's got some harassment in here against me. It's got some harassment against others. It's got a dead body scare in it. Of course, who's gonna watch a 5-hour goddamn video? On the bright side, at least I know Christian's not fucking dead. Yeah, I just want to get the hell away from him now, but I'm glad he's not fucking dead. I know people don't give a shit about me because of how they treat me and how they interact with me. When they're busy talking about them, it shows that they don't care about the abuse I'm enduring or finding it out. When they ask questions, that's fine. The questions they're asking are all over the place. And this is a complicated situation. You're not listening when you're busy making suggestions. You're not finding out what the victim has gone through when you're busy interrupting them after they get to make just one little tiny statement about it. Then you want to all of a sudden start interrupting like you're a fucking know-it-all who knows every goddamn thing about the law and everything about this, that, and the other. And then, of course, you're not going to come forward. You're going to say you can't do anything because you're not a lawyer. People hear and tell them up. They say, oh, it won't do any good. It won't do any good. You don't try. You certainly don't try together. And that's why all these people deserve the abuse that they endure. Every one of them. Of course you fucking endure it. You don't care that it happens to others, and that's why it happens to you. I care that it happens to others. At the same time, if you victimize me enough, I'll give you a small taste of your own fucking medicine and guaranteed you'll fucking run like a rabbit. I don't understand why it is that grown-ass men, twice my size, are so afraid of my mouth. Oh yes, they're afraid of my mouth because they're child molesters and rapists and murderers. Drug addicts are the least of my fucking worries. But most of the time they're the biggest of my fucking troubles. There is no safe place to escape these pieces of shit. Because I didn't have help when it would have made a difference. And then afterwards, those pieces of shit wanted to hide like cowards. No matter how good a person I am, it's never going to matter to a single goddamn other person on the planet. They'll pretend that they care once in a great while. I suppose I should be happy about that. Sometimes people pretend to care. Here's a sandwich, but nobody cares if you get stabbed to death tonight. Here's a sandwich. Why aren't you unhomeless? I gave you a sandwich 6 months ago. Y'all are such unreasonable fucking farts. And Chris has shown he's incapable of listening. If you can't listen to understand, then you don't care about the person. It's not about ADOS or ADHD. It's about actually respecting enough that person to give them your time when they're being abused. Give them your time. Lend them your fucking ear and actually listen instead of finding any excuse to talk over them and interrupt them and treat them like they're retarded. A lot of people grew up here. And like with Dallas, a lot of people say, well, he's young. He's young. I get it. I agree. He is young. What I'm after is assisted termination of life. It's obvious Christian doesn't give two shits about me. I'm glad he's not fucking dead, though. I'm so sick of fucking corpses. They're so fucking gross. And they fucking stink. Dead people stink. Dead animals stink. Death fucking stinks. But whatever, I'm an autistic retard, right? Isn't that right? Isn't that correct? You fucking pieces of shit. On the bright side, nobody fucking died. Anyway, this video is 5 hours long. I'm gonna end it. I won't be able to sleep because literally nobody was capable of hearing me today. At least I got useful information.